Good morning. Let me give you the proverb for the day. The son of thunder does not die of lightning. I know you're alive and you're well and you're watching and listening. Good morning. Welcome to the show. Today's date is special. 22022022. If you read it from left to right, it's the same. From right to left, it's the same. If you could turn the numbers even upside down, it will still be the same. It's a wonderful, wonderful date, and it's a special one. We have conversations on emergency care, first aid tips, and then if you're a musician and you're wondering, when do I get paid for my money from royalties? Well, the former chairman of the Ghana Music Rights Organization is our guest for a talk on royalties and getting paid for your music.
Good morning, and if you're friends with any musician, you may want to call them to join that particular conversation, because that's where money is made for some part of the creative art industry. You don't want to miss Rexomar with that interview. Thanks for joining us. We are partnered by Wave Purified Water and Adonko Next Level Energy Drink. Today we'll be keeping an eye on the Coffee Street area, and we'll also be going to somewhere in the Bonsu area to keep an eye on a certain river. Back at the table, Ghana Card is still center and front of conversations, especially ahead of that deadline, one in March and another in June. What do you have to do to get your Ghana Card? More centers have been set up, so that becomes possible and easier for you. More questions? Send them to our WhatsApp number 055-5561034.
Big conversations around Adjasafo and Kennedy Ejepong, and Thelma is responsible for asking the right questions. And just go to our internet, our website, GBC Ghana Online. The stories are there. So yeah, this is it. This is hashtag GTV Breakfast. Coming up at 7 o'clock is the Breakfast Sports, but ahead of that, Maltiti in a wonderful mustard outfit is going to give you the breakfast news, keeping you up to date with what's happening right around the country and all. Hashtag GTV Breakfast, the best way to wake up to a brand new day. Kafui, Thelma, and Maltiti reporting for work. Salute.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us on GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. I am Maltiti Side. So they could be looking at the fuel price hikes and also the relocation of the residents of Apiati to a temporal location. Let's start off with fuel prices. Effective Saturday, February 26th, 2022, transport fares will go up by 15%. It includes fares for shared taxis, intra-city, trotro, long distance. This follows conclusion of negotiations between road transport operators and government on increments in fares. Earlier, the transport unions proposed a 30% upward adjustment, but after a meeting yesterday, the operators have agreed to increase public fares by 15%. In a statement, the road transport operators indicate that the decision to increase transport fares has been necessitated by the economic hardship the country is facing and its negative impact on their work. Various transport associations say the high cost of fuel, high import duty on vehicles, increase in the cost of spare parts and vehicle lubricants are among the reasons for the increase in fares. The statement further requests all operators and the public to cooperate for the successful implementation of the new fares. Now, the Forestry Commission is seeking support from corporate bodies to cut carbon emissions production in the country and to increase the country's forest cover. At an MOU signing ceremony between the Forestry Commission and Tallow Ghana to set in motion Tallow's zero emissions agenda, the chief executive of the commission said such partnerships will help Ghana achieve the targets set to tackle her climate change challenges.
Tackling climate change remains top of the agenda in the past 10 years. It's widely recognized by scientists and governments that climate change is being triggered by higher levels of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. At COP26, Ghana resolved to work with corporate bodies in the country to cut emissions among industries and to reduce the change in the country. The Memorandum of Understanding between the Forestry Commission and Tallow Ghana is to enhance the conservation of existing forests and increase forest stocks in line with Ghana's reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation strategy, REDD+. This will help the Forestry Commission to identify and develop carbon offset projects that will support both the realization of Tallow's 2030 net zero plans and the government of Ghana's nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. The chief executive of the Forestry Commission, Mr. John Alote, said the agreement is the right step to reduce climate change challenges.
It's very important if you look at the discussions going on around the world to be able to reverse the trend so far as climate change impacts are concerned. This area, the forest area, is able to use nature-based solutions to be able to reduce emissions. And as I said, the Forestry Commission already has a strategy in place, which we have a five-pronged strategy. We are looking at the cocoa landscape, we are looking at the shale landscape, we are looking at the transitional zone, the coastal mangrove, and then the Togo Plateau.
The Deputy Managing Director of Tallow Ghana, Mrs. Cynthia Lumo, said her outfit will invest the needed funding to cut emissions by 2030.
We are spending about $37 million to expand our gas capacity so that we eliminate flaring basically by the year 2025. And then as we work at identifying the projects and determining what to do, we will then know exactly how much we'll spend in the area.
The two entities are optimistic that the active collaboration will not only help build a low-carbon future, but will create alternative economic opportunities for communities within the identified project zones.
Now, the chairperson for the National Commission for Civic Education, NCCE, Ms. Josephine Nkrumah, has been appointed as ECOWAS ambassador to Liberia, and as part of the formalities, she has presented her letter of resignation as chair of NCCE to President Akufo-Addo at the Jubilee House in Accra.
A few weeks ago, I came to see you about an offer with ECOWAS. I sought your blessings. I made the final decision on whether or not I take up that offer. You graciously gave me some wise words and asked me if I thought through what the decision I was going to make, and I said yes. Following that conversation, certain processes have gone on, and as we speak, I just offered my letter of acceptance to ECOWAS to be the ECOWAS ambassador to Liberia with a duty post in Monrovia. As the father of the land, as the appointing authority, I deem it necessary to come and see you and officially tender in my resignation, which will take effect on the 30th of April.
President Akufo-Addo lauded the outgoing and Civic Education, NCCE, for distinguishing herself for the past 5 years.
We've been together here for the last 5 years and seen the quality of the work that you have done. I have no doubt that this is a job you're going to go and do and bring credit to yourself and to us, your country, Ghana. So I have to wish you the very best of luck. You're taking it up at a time when I am also the chair of ECOWAS. So we both of us are carrying the country on our shoulders at this time, very much so. But I want to wish you the very best of luck.
Until her appointment as chair of the NCC in 2016, Ms. Josephine Nkrumah was the deputy NCC chair in charge of finance and administration. Edward Nyakun, reporting for GBC News.
Government is to temporarily relocate the people of Apiate to Dumasi before the rain set in. This has become necessary as the current of the people who are living in tents cannot withstand a rainy weather. The Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Samuel Jinapo, and the Apiate Reconstruction Committee visited the place. Clara Mlanu reports.
The temporary resettlement site was initially being constructed to relocate the Dumasi town. Structures at the place are yet to be completed to settle the displaced people. Having taken over the facility, government is to see to the completion of the project with roofing, furniture and fittings, roads, water and electricity, among others. With this, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Samuel Jinapo, said some building materials donated would be used to complete the structures for the people before the rains come. The minister responded to the question of whether work on the proposed green community would begin soon and whether there would be equity, fairness and justice in the allocations.
Sa resettlement wa ye ba kwakura no sebe enye pretty man for die obi eni ho a ye de ne ba akota ho a ebetuma akoba se sa dan ye de na akotene mu no aba bedane ne die ana ya chinanko ye be kase yesi ekuro no nwi nti ye mfiri ha ne enkotena ye kuro ni na no abaye manso de bi edan no eye FGR for die e ba bi asebe mo betumi di muti ato enmenim ya ensuo mehano ana se enkofa yareboni ana se how bi amremo ansa na yabesi apieti kuruna kasa.
According to the Apiate Reconstruction Committee, the Dumasi resettlement site can accommodate about 800 displaced people.
Ansana yesi edano omampenyinsi yanchichire yesi ukuna omampenyinsi yanchichire mama.
The chief of Apiate, Nanakwejo Bremibi, thanked government for the efforts so far to lessen the burden on the people. Work on the Dumasi settlement begins on Monday, February 28, with support from Tropical Cables, the Forestry Commission and others.
Now to water and sanitation, and the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, Madam Cecilia Dapa, has advised Guineans to conserve water, especially during the dry season. She inspected the Ghana Water Company's treatment plants at Nsawam Aduajere in the Eastern Region and Weija in the Gas South Municipality of the Greater Accra Region yesterday.
The water level in the Ghana Water Company's treatment plant at Nsawam Aduajere is 4.8 cubic feet, which is a normal level. However, the Densu River, which feeds the treatment plant, has dried up to its minimum level since the dry season started. Management of the water company says the water level improved from 1.3 to 2.4 cubic feet from February 14, 2022. The Sanitation and Water Resources Minister, Madam Cecilia Dapa, was concerned about the activities of some sand winners and farmers who block the river at certain points and redirect it to water their farms, a situation which has had an adverse effect on the treatment plant. Some activities are also taking place at the Weija Dam. The minister cautioned the perpetrators to desist from the act or face the full rigors of the law.
If they continue to do that, there won't even be land for us to expand. I will not sit down for that to happen before we take any action. So we are going back to the drawing board. We've seen things for ourselves, and very soon we'll come out with what deterrent measures to be put in place. But immediately, all trucks going up there must be stopped.
However, the Ghana Water Company has asked the private developer, Mr. Aikens Efumafo, who said he is constructing the road linking Weija to the Agape Down, to stop work. But Mr. Aikens Efumafo said because of his business, he has duly secured authorization from the Weija Municipal Assembly to carry out his activities, and wondered why he is being interrupted. According to him, the Director of the Ghana Water Company, Dr. Clifford A. Brymer, is aware of the activities at the site. But Dr. Brymer denied knowledge about that.
We are bringing a letter to the MD, bring 2 letters. They receive one for the MD and put a number on it, and receive another as received copy. If somebody tells you he has copied the MD, he has no copy to give you other than the stamped copy with the MD's office stamp. If they don't provide it to you, it's a fake letter.
Madam Cecilia Dapa subsequently asked trucks working for the private developer to discharge their load immediately. The Weija Dam alone serves 1.5 million people in the Greater Accra region. The minister said rehabilitation and expansion works would be carried out at the site as soon as funds were secured.
On the international front, lawmakers in Mali have unanimously approved the plan allowing the military junta to rule for up to 5 years. No date has been set for the future polls. Now, elections had been due last month but were cancelled by the Mali's military leaders, prompting economic sanctions by regional bloc ECOWAS. Mali is now taking legal action to lift sanctions imposed by West Africa's monetary union, UEMOA, as it battles a debt crisis.
Mali's lawmakers voted on Monday a plan allowing the transitional government headed by Colonel Assimi Goïta to rule for up to 5 years, in line with a proposal by the authorities. On Thursday, the ECOWAS mediator for Mali will lead a mission on a timetable for elections. In line with a proposal by the transitional government, 120 members of Mali's 121-seat interim parliament voted to adopt the bill during a session exclusively dedicated to the examination of the draft law on the revision of the transition charter comes after regional sanctions hit the country in January over delayed elections. This delay contributed to worsen an already souring relation with France, which eventually decided to withdraw troops from Mali. After staging a coup in August 2020, Mali's rulers initially promised to organize a vote in February 2022, but citing security concerns last December, the government proposed staying in power for much longer. The chairperson of the Economic Community of West African States, President Akufo-Addo, said during the AU-EU summit that a one-year transition could be deemed acceptable.
Now, South Africa's health ministry says people over the age of 18 will now be allowed to mix their vaccines. I beg your pardon. It means, for example, that those who took the Johnson & Johnson vaccine will be eligible to receive a booster dose of Pfizer.
The new regulations mean there is now a shorter waiting period between the first and second dose. From Wednesday, the interval between the first and the second doses of the Pfizer jab will be reduced from 6 weeks to 3 weeks. There will now also be a shorter waiting period of 2 months for a booster dose for those who have taken the Johnson & Johnson shot. Until recently, scientists around the world have been divided on the merits and safety of mixing vaccines. It's being done in parts of Europe and in the US. About 31 million doses have been administered in South Africa so far, and officials hope these latest measures will boost uptake.
And that's it for the 6 a.m. news on GTV Breakfast. I am Maltiti Saida Sadek. Up next is the weather report, after which Thelma brings to you Keep an Eye.
Thanks for staying on. For our Keep an Eye segment this morning, we are going to the Western region and we'll be putting our lenses on one river in particular where the menace of illegal mining is still being felt. So we are at the Bonsu River in the Takwa Insuayem area. For Keep an Eye, here's Daryl Alantego.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Keep an Eye, coming to you from the Western region. I am on the River Bonsa, the bridge that runs over the River Bonsa in Takwa Insuayem in the Western region. And so is not far from Bogos. So on the river this morning we have kids playing and some washing and some also engaging in other activities on the water or the River Bonsa. It is interesting to note that the color of the water this morning is a bit discolored from the usual natural water we all know, especially with our rivers. It would look slightly green but also transparent. A closer look reveals what seems to be an activity that has affected the nature of the water. And so we spoke to people around the water to find out what had made the water the way it is. There are a number of activities they have cited that has caused the water to come into this state of color. This is the same water the Ghana Water Company treats and distributes to the people in Takwa Insuayem. We're going to go over and speak to one man of God and also another lady resident here in Takwa Insuayem. I'll bring them on very shortly and then we find out, or we interact with them to find out the state of this water and what had made it so, and all other issues they have around the Takwa Insuayem area. Join us as we speak to them. I'm going to speak to the man of God who will tell us his full name, and then we'll interact shortly to find out a few things he knows about this place. So from Bacho Makwaba.
Yeah.
Pacha promote saying.
I'm Adom.
So from Bacho Ding na de say.
Within the Prosper Gidisu.
Prosper Gidisu me Pacho emfi say na watna Bonsa Kruma.
It's not Bonsa Kruma ba emfi duni.
So for no na ensuo sei na animu tie.
Me ba emfi dunu na nyame adom na animu ti sei.
Na den na ensuo ni mayesa.
Nia ewom ni say ye ko ye ni mu abrabum na dwuma di bebre den koso enti na ye ko ye ni na nyuma so eni area ha na ayese galamse area no mo ye den wo no enti China fondu no na ayeden abetutu pit wo around enti sansu no yi etokese pa na se bemu a na nsu na ayeden ahono aha
me da se ma me nko mama nchen na me musa mama so man pacho makwa ba
ya ura
me pacho mo di nyina nchen me
poche from Stadora ko fi me unit committee member Bonsa Reta area
me da se mama me pacho what na ha mfie be sen
pocho age time I had better and the men kai na me so me she chikitwa na ma me dem better me ko me yem bibia wa ha
me pacho ensuo yedi kan bedu ha ni hu se enkwada ejware ewunsunum wo hwe sabre kra nkwala bi ewunsunum ni ade ebinum so esebi ema no bi nsu sisa nsu no bi ede kwa no de kwa me ba kwa no bi ginamu ede semina ni ade ejware wo mu me pacho ensuo se ya na da nyina aye
me pacho nsuo no tama na me sua no a me yin bedu sabre sata na nsuo no na enti sei na na ni ye white pa na sabio wa wonim wiase ahokyere kura yatim no first na ka Bonsa tai wo ho Ghana Robert State wa ha nti na boys no omo renet treship to bi anya adumaye dompem Takwa any simpa obi anya adumaye sisi aduma ne ho ma boys no nti edu ba bi kofo abreso no na omo start so omo tu China for de galamse ba ha omo de machine ne ba ye na obi start so oye galamse ni bi nti oya sa no na nsuo no obinom so de mash excavator no nti excavator no mo di try na mpento no kogu nsuo na ase nti ono na dumri bi na nsuo na ni aye kokko aye sa sisi a sisi anpo no aduma no na do ba yo ka sa wagu aduma no sisi amanfo suro ye wo police station police for ya omko omo so water for ya omko omo so nti se aduma de aha na akofom nsuo no kra na say na ni na aye white na bia kanfo na nsuo no tosa ena mpento na ewa ase nti no nsuo no tope na asan akoka no ho na asan ahon nti na nsuo n'ani aye sisi na 3 days nsuo bi etoye no na n'ani aye kokko sisi ano
me da say udi enema ba ku mienu bi so eto ye anim bra idi kan ansa na ye bi di nkomo no mpacho umbo so ma me hwese ne ete
yo me da wase mpacho de high okro bansa number 1 and 2 de high okro we mu ne say sisi a toilet kura ye nim okro mu ha no ekro ke say da ye ni bi nsuo na mo se galamse ese nsuo ni nti mo stop adan toilet nko a oba bonsa no a woto me nyina nam so wonsuo no so toilet nko ba chi nam no bi kura na toilet bo nem na ase ubetwa na toilet nko a wahu nti si ano ona bo mekudu kan be si toilet bi si bonsa number 1 clinic baby a clinic no wo no I say last 4 years no ka say obeye politician no ka say toilet no obeye ya sha na on kasa ye ho say ye baby nne ti si a ebi ama ne toilet paper so a nsuo no ma na okokọ ne emu ina ye bola bo nsuo no a bola nkwa ye nya asase ponto wura so nwu so bola nkwa toilet nkrampo na haye nti o me bie toilet bi mfama ye na
Medase. And so interacting with Pastor Francis and also mother here, they explained the water hadn't always been like this, hasn't always been like this. The water has naturally been in the natural state of water. I asked what they believe may have accounted for this starvation of water, and they explained that there is a historical story with Galamsey, and that has caused this. But then, because of the Operation Galam Stop, all the young men had to stop the Galamsey and look for other jobs. Our mother also explained that because of the lack of jobs in this area, obviously that's what people will do. But then before the onslaught of Galamsey, they had what they call the Bonsatai, the Ghana Rubber Estate. All these brought jobs and they ran shifts, and so every young person in this area had something to do. But because they're no longer in operation, obviously there will be no jobs for the young men. She also mentioned a few issues, social issues around here. There are no public places of convenience, and so she explained everybody comes to ease themselves in the river. Open defecation, to be specific. And if you have the benefit of our eye in the sky, you'll find the entire stretch of the river. And if those who live around here would come and ease themselves or throw their household rubbish into the river, then the health implications would be very dire for them, and the life expectancy of people around here will be anything. If there will be something, your guess would be as good as mine. This has been Keep an Eye, coming to you from the Western Region, Bonsa number 1 and number 2 in the Takwa Insoyem area. Thank you for joining us.
That was Daryl coming to us from Takwan Suyayem, where he's focusing on the Bonsa River, which is feeling the effect of illegal operations in that area. Water supply has been affected, and of course its attendant challenges to the residents in the area, and we look forward to a time when this will become a thing of the past. Remember, this is Keep an Eye, live on GTV Breakfast, and we are live from Studio 1 in going over to Jay very shortly, who will also be highlighting another situation in Accra, and he will be giving us the details a bit later. Good morning, Jay.
Keep an eye on hashtag GTV Breakfast. Jay Gabra here reporting from Coffee Street here in the Tishnungwa Estate. This morning we're here to highlight the plight of road commuters and residents who usually ply this route. It's quite an integral place for them in terms of getting to the main road. And now that the main beach road is under construction, commuters have to use this side to avoid the traffic jams and all that on that side. Unfortunately, this side is riddled with potholes. I understand it used to be a good road. Unfortunately, because of how inconvenient it has become, it creates traffic situations. And the landmark closest to me at the moment is the Ebenezer Baptist school right behind me. And for school kids who have to cross the road and use this side, you realize there's a lot of tension. It's rush hour, for instance, when they are crossing and all that. And of course, the road commuters who are using this side from here, they are heading towards either First Junction or from here they can also get to the Bush Road and get to Labadi. There's also Teshi, and right in front of me, for those heading in the other direction, they are heading towards Teshi Brigade, and maybe they could go towards Nungwa. From there they can get to Lashibi, they can get to Tema and whatnot. So this morning we are here, and I have a few people who would like to speak about their plight using this road frequently. Have you been able to speak to maybe your assemblyman to appeal to your MCE, maybe so that he can appeal to the Urban Roads Department so they can come and fix the road?
We've spoken to him, which is our assemblyman, Honorable Tairu Alasa. But when we talked to him, he said he's trying his best to see if it can be fixed for us. So that's...
Theophilus, thank you so much. I have another gentleman here who I also like to get his mind on exactly what the situation is at the moment. Good morning, boss, and welcome.
Good morning, thank you very much.
Please, your name?
My name is Samuel Apia.
Samuel. So Samuel, what would you also like to tell us?
It's very bad, honestly speaking. And from down there to this stretch, if you are driving, it can take you about 10 minutes, to be honest, which is supposed to take you less than maybe 5 minutes to cross maybe a 1 kilometer road down there. But it's not only this road. Link roads around Teshi, it's very bad. Very bad.
Now that they are fixing the main beach road itself, vehicles have to use this side. How inconvenient is that for those of you who use this place?
Okay, so I'm actually a staff of Ebenezer Baptist right behind us, and in the mornings the rush hour here is very bad. And considering we have kids who are coming to school in the morning with the cars, it's very bad. It's very bad. The traffic situation is very bad early in the mornings here, and especially in the afternoons when they close.
You know, with the way the potholes are and the school right behind us, wouldn't you say with the way drivers drive in Ghana, now that the potholes are there, they have to slow down when they get here. So maybe for the school kids, I know it's an inconvenience, but don't you think maybe it's a blessing in disguise for the school kids can cross easily?
I don't think so, because when you have a road like this and you have kids, we've spoken to the municipal assembly about providing ramps for us. If we have ramps on a tarred road, I think it will help. Potholes, driving in a pothole road early in the morning, even going to work, probably you get to work very tired.
And of course,
and if you have a zebra crossing as well, it will help. When a car is coming and he or she sees kids crossing, it's going to stop for them. Yeah. So I don't think it's a blessing in disguise. It's actually not a good situation at all for us.
So what about in terms of cost for vehicles to use this route, in terms of like buying spare parts and all that?
Honestly speaking, it's not just using this road. The whole of Teshi, it's bad. I mostly cry for taxi drivers and Uber drivers who usually ply this town.
And so when it rains to the place,
it's very bad. It's very bad. It's very bad.
Thank you so much. So we're still along the Coffee Street here in the Teshinungwa Estate, and I've been joined by the Assembly Member for Teshinungwa Estate South. He's in the person of Tairu Alasan. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
How are you doing this morning?
Alhamdulillah, thank you for coming. We thank God this morning that GTV are here to help us to show Ghanaians our road. You know, the Coffee Street here, there's a lot of potholes here. And Coffee Street joined to Brigade, to Sprinters. From Nungwa here, you can join Coffee Street to go there. And we are having a big challenge. Instead of the big bridge they are doing, 8 months now, they haven't finished. So a lot of protests has come here, and it's worrying us. So we are begging the Assembly, the MCE, that it should come and fix it for us. Because here is it, we are suffering. You can pass here to Accra, Circle, Labadi, anywhere. So we are begging the MCE, you should come and fix it for us.
Is this the first time you are making a request of the MCE, or this is something that you have been doing from time to time?
Oh, since he came around 5 to 7 months now, I've been talking to him that in my area, we have a lot of challenges. A lot of challenges in my area. And he's been promising me that they will come and do it, So I'm waiting for him that one day they will come and fix the roads for us. Even the Coffee Street, he promised us, we have a town hall meeting, and he tell us that there's a asphalt on the Coffee Street, they will come and do it. So it's in the pipeline. So we are waiting for him. We are still telling him that we want the road to be fixed.
We've heard the views of a few people who usually use this road, and of course they are complaining about a terrible situation. So once we are here this morning keeping an eye on things, we pray the municipal assembly is watching, the urban roads is watching, then they can fix the roads for them, because it's creating quite an inconvenience for road commuters. So from the Coffee Street here in Teshnungwa Estates, this has been Keep an Eye. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Jay. So a pothole-ridden street that is called Coffee. So we hope it gets the necessary attention, as other stories that we've highlighted have brought to people. So Teshnungwa area officials, over to you. Hopefully we'll get some results very soon. This has been Keep an Eye. CAF will be sitting down to look into first aid tips. So if you want to get involved in that conversation, join our WhatsApp number 05555610034. Send your questions ahead and we'll be back pretty shortly when the conversation starts to read some of them. Stay with us.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
7 years old. Beep, beep, beep.
I am 4 years old.
We are 12 years old.
It's been 1 year since I started my antiretroviral treatment.
You can live a long, productive life with antiretroviral treatment. With antiretroviral treatment, HIV-positive expectant mothers can have healthy HIV-negative babies. Go to the nearest health center, test and know your HIV status. If you are positive, ask about antiretroviral treatment and you will receive help. Antiretroviral treatment is your only option for a long and fulfilling life.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
All SIM cards in Ghana must be registered again with only the Ghana card. Yes, only the Ghana card.
Voice calls, use mobile money services, internet, and all other services linked to your SIM card if you don't.
To register, dial *404# and follow the prompts. You will be required to send the following details on your Ghana card: Ghana card number, surname, first name, date of birth, and sex.
You will then receive a special code which you will present to your nearest service provider agent or customer care center for your biometric details to be captured. Remember to add your digital address.
Dial *404# on your phone to start registering your SIM card today.
For more information, contact your service provider on 100 or the National Communications Authority on toll-free number 0800 110622. Register your SIM card to stay connected.
The show was a jar or bar anyone concurrent dim.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat. Lufat.
Woman malaria and want to them. Lufat, I am malaria drop a pen.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I am Lufat. Lufat, a 2 malaria sententem. FDA,
The capital. This is the Breakfast Show.
6:37, hashtag GTV Breakfast. Still to come, Breakfast Sports at 7, and we have the headlines. Kennedy Ajapong and Joseph are trending, as well as UTAG and other big issues in the country. So you stay for that. WhatsApp number 055-556-1034. We're going for a conversation on emergency care, first aid tips. You want to come back right after this.
The show was a jar oba anyone concrete dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat. Lufat.
Injija wohoma malaria enka won to them. Lufat eye malaria drop ekope.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And aye Lufat. Lufat e to malaria sententem. FDA ahwehwesa ege.
Yes, I know you're ready for this conversation, and you can send your questions ahead on 055-556-1034. When somebody collapses or goes unconscious, speed is of the essence, and you need to get help for the person. What can you do while you're waiting for the ambulance to arrive for care to be taken? Today's conversation is going to be on emergency care, first aid tips. My guest is Chief Health Educator, Emergency Service at St. John Ambulance, right here in this country, Carol Calavo. Good to have you here. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good to
How are
see
you? Yeah, yes. Good to see you again.
Let's talk about response time before we even talk about what to do when somebody collapses or falls unconscious. Is there a standard response time for ambulances in Ghana when you call them with an emergency?
Yeah. Thank you very much for this question. It's a very crucial question, but then I'll try to answer it. Elsewhere in the Americas and this thing, WHO, who is the regulator of health issues, would have put a certain standard or ideal time for emergency response because of life. So, but then in America, I think I would say that they have about 8 minutes, and elsewhere when you go to the villages of America, you can even go 14 minutes, and it's ideal. But then let's come to Africa,
because this is where we are.
Yes, this is where we are. And then let's come to Ghana. I'll talk to Ghana. I'll talk about Ghana because we are in Ghana.
Yes.
And so for Ghana, it's also 8 minutes. But then because of we are in a developing country, and then am I right to say that?
Yes, you are.
Yes, we are in a developing country, and then systems are not set to be working well as compared to the developed world. So I think that because of that, the ideal time is not complied with. But then we can say that we've been trying to make up for the time, 8 minutes on arrival as the response time.
Okay.
Yes.
So the standard is 8 minutes. We are trying, but
we are
not getting there.
Elsewhere in Canada and the rest, they are like they also go 7 minutes 59 seconds. You know, by then you would have arrived at the scene.
You don't want to break
to save life. Yes, you don't want to break the 8.
Okay. Yeah. So now we've gotten the response time out of the way. Let's talk about collapsing. So, first of all, what will cause somebody to collapse or lose consciousness?
Yes, thank you very much. This is a very crucial term, and this term is almost always used for a situation where a casualty is someone who is ill or has gotten an injury. So it is a term that we use for this when when they are not able to talk, they are not able to cough, they are not able to breathe, they are not able to swallow, and then at a point in time they lose consciousness, and then they cannot move and they cannot breathe. So this person is said to be in an unconscious state. Unconsciousness can be severe and can be mild. The mild one is where the person is unconscious, but then he can be able, or he or she can be able to hear when you talk. So at that time, when you do assessments, and then you are able to realize that the person, even though he's unconscious, is breathing, it is very important that you turn the person into a certain position so that the person will continue to be breathing before emergency help arrives.
Okay, and we will demonstrate that pretty soon.
Yes, please.
But how do you even check to know somebody is breathing when the person falls, collapses? How do you check?
Yeah, most of the time, as you can see that we have breath sounds. When you get closer to me, you can feel you can listen to my breath sound. Okay, or if not, then you can put the back of your arm or hand, and you can feel the heat that is coming from your nostrils, and that can give you an indication that the person is breathing.
So I just put the back of my hand to the person's nose or mouth just to feel whether there's any movement. Yeah.
And that is an indication that even though the person is unconscious, the person is breathing. So we advise that it will be very important, it will be good for you to not to leave the person in that situation or position where you met the person. So you would want to turn the person into what we call recovery position. That position can aid the person's heart or lungs to not to be impeded, so that they will have some amount of breathing. Because anytime you go into that situation, you realize that there is saliva in your mouth, or maybe the person is choking. There's something inside the mouth, but that action of turning the person into recovery position can help the person to breathe, at least if he's unconscious and still breathing.
Okay, we'll demonstrate that live in the studio, but right now we just want to see what is happening here.
Yes, what you are seeing on the photo there is when the person has gone unconscious, and we have after checking and then realizing that the person is not breathing. Like I said earlier on, and there are types of unconsciousness. There is this one that the person is unconscious but will be breathing. That is where you put the person into a recovery position, a position to aid the person to be able to breathe properly. But then when the person is not breathing at all, it means the person's heart and the lungs have stopped working completely. So instantly, and that is life-threatening. So you quickly have to do what? Compress the person's chest, and then so that you can give the person more oxygen or bring the person back to life. It's a life-saving action that we do, and it's called cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
Okay, all right. So that's when the person is not breathing, and you're
unconscious and it's not breathing.
Yes, then you have to go and try and resuscitate the person. Yes. Now, before we actually show what to do to turn the person to the recovery position, first of all, let's talk about assessing the safety of the area that the incident has occurred. What should you look out for? How do you secure the area before you administer this first aid?
Yes, it's important that anyone who wants to do first aid must make sure that in an incident, where there's an incident, your life is most important. You, the person who is trying to give the first aid, you must be able to safeguard your life. So it's important that you make sure that if there are any dangers around, such as that, so when I was talking earlier, when I was explaining unconsciousness, so many diseases can cause somebody to go unconscious, such as shock, heart attack, stress, and maybe burns and all that. They can cause the person. So let's say that the person is in a shock, and then you met the person there. Maybe the area where the incident occurred, there are some broken bottles, there's water body, or the slippery floor and all that. You make sure that, so that you'll be able to, in an emergency condition, you will panic. So it is advised that you keep calm, and then ensure that you remove all the gadgets, or all dangers, all possible risk that can impede your way to save life. That is most important.
And should you put the person on the ground, or you put the person on a couch or a chair?
No, you are not putting the person in. You meet
okay, you
them.
The person. Okay.
Yes, you meet them in the situation and you want to help.
Okay.
So in the area that the situation occurred, the incident occurred, there might be some dangers that will impede you from saving lives. Okay. And as we all know, when people go into that situation, it doesn't take long for them to go into unconsciousness if time you are not very fast to save their lives. Okay. So it will be very important that you remove the dangers around. For instance, what I have mentioned. Okay. Either the floor is so slippery or there are broken bottles, there might be other things. So you might either remove the casualty from the danger, or clear the area before you help the person.
Okay, now, God forbid, suppose I were to collapse now. Would you leave me elsewhere, or you deal with me here?
Depending on the situation, depending on where the incident occurred. And it is very important for you to know that most of the time people fall down and like that. So you even want to check whether the person is breathing. Okay. You understand? Right. So if you check and I am breathing, then quickly put me into recovery position. Okay. And the most important thing is that you make sure your life is safe. Okay. Remove all the risk where the incident is occurring.
All right. So before we get our volunteer Kofi to come and do this for us, say you fall down, how are we supposed to lift you?
Mostly when you fall, you have to do assessment before you lift the person. Okay. That is what happens in trotros and taxis and the rest. Okay. Like him, we just realized that he has fallen.
He's collapsed.
He was moving and then we don't know what happened to him. Okay. So most importantly, we want to see certain signs and symptoms, whether he will be showing some signs or there is nothing at all. So in a case like this, I will want to check whether the person is breathing, because as we are all here, immediately you stop breathing, then it means you are dead. So most of the time I want to check whether this person lying here, I came to meet this person, so I want to check whether this person lying here is breathing. Good. Sometimes it's alcoholism. He is drunk and then he fell and so he's breathing. Or maybe the person is truly sick. Okay, so what we do first is that you make sure that you check whether the person, for me, I can check whether he's breathing in this position, but for you and me and some others who cannot do so, we will want to turn the person.
Don't move, you are unconscious. Okay,
we want to turn him into a position where we can see the chest movement, so that we can see whether he's breathing or not. Not to waste much time. We want to do so by straightening this part so that it will be aligned with the body, so that it doesn't cause any fracture. Okay. So you do also this. He's wearing this watch. Maybe sometimes this watch can break and it can injure him and he will be bleeding. So now quickly I want to turn him into. So quickly I will just go back and I'll turn him like this. Now I can see his chest, and now I can now see his chest. The reason I did is just for me to be able to see his chest. And most of the time you should work around the chest area to the head. Because the leg and all that is not very important for now. Okay, so you now either check the up and down movements of the chest. Or you put your head, your ear to his nose. But because of COVID, because of COVID, it's advised that you should not put your head around the person's head. Other than that, if there is any piece of cloth, use it to cover the person. Like so this is an emergency, and in an emergency situation, when we call something available material. So any material that you can use to save the person's life, it is okay. So I want to cover him. It's clean, so I want to cover him because of the COVID situation around. We are supposed to check whether he's breathing, but we cannot do that. So we'll just look at the chest area and check whether he's the up and down movement is there.
Tell us again why you've put the material over his mouth.
Yes, I'm saying that because we are supposed to check with our ears. Put your ear closer, but because of social distancing and then the COVID, so we are advised not to do so.
So this will now show that whether he's breathing or not, right?
No, we are just preventing like any COVID or something. risk of him having COVID or yes, exactly.
Okay, good.
So now you concentrate on the chest area and check whether there's up and down movements on the chest. Okay, and so if there is, you wouldn't want to leave him like this. So you turn him into. Please go this way a bit.
You're gonna move him again?
No. So now he's unconscious, but he's breathing.
Okay.
So the only thing we'll do is to ensure that you put him into a position called recovery.
Okay.
Okay. You check whether there are no things that can impede or cause bleeding when you turn him. Then quickly you do this.
My brother, you're conscious, not dead.
Just leave it. I'll raise it myself.
Leave your leg. Bend it. Okay, all right.
So then you turn him.
Oh wow.
Like this.
Nice.
Put your head down. And then because you want him to continue to be breathing, you turn this so that he can be able to breathe. It's just like the way we sleep normally, the way we lie down on our side. And most of the time it helps us to do what? Not to go on, to stop breathing when we go unconscious. Okay.
So the key is to make sure that the man is breathing.
Yes. The most important here is that he's breathing.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Can he rise now and go?
Yes, he's conscious again.
We healed you.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
So it's Kofi, thank you for that. And so
for things like this and more, please come to St. John Ambulance. They are the experts. They are the ultimate, people who can do this properly.
So once you've done that, now you're waiting for the ambulance.
Yes, now you'll be waiting for ambulance to pick him up. And maybe it can also happen that in the process that he's lying down, he can go unconscious. And that is where we will need to do and not breathing. So that is where we will need to do cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
And that's where you have the pumping
how
video.
You have to pump
the
chest.
And how many of those movements do you do? I understand you're supposed to lock your hands in a particular way.
Exactly. So we have the video. We'll be showing it at the end of it. But then for that, we are saying that you should always use available material. Some of the available material is your hand. You are not a doctor, you are not a nurse. So at that particular time when it happens, it didn't happen in the hospital setting. So we are saying that just use your hands. And then you use your hand to put on the middle part of the chest.
Can we have that video, please? So on the middle part of the chest,
the video is, so the pictures are showing so that you can see that the first aider is compressing the chest of the casualty because he has realized that the casualty is not breathing. In the case where there is no COVID, you will give the rescue breaths and 30 chest compressions. But for now, we are saying that because of the COVID situation, it is not advisable to give mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. It will be enough for you to continue to do continuous chest compressions, continuous 30 chest compressions, and that can save the casualty's life.
Thank you so much, Carol. What do you want anybody to take away from this conversation about emergency care and first aid tips? What is the most important thing they should take away?
Yes, the most important thing that everybody should take away is that anytime you have these distresses or you have these situations, please alert somebody or get to call for emergency help. It is also important. I will also urge the general public to come to St. John Ambulance, which educates the general public on how to save lives in so many ways. So we are all inviting all of you to come, and then we will train you so that we will prevent these unnecessary deaths and injuries on the road and in our homes.
Thank you so much, Carol Calavo is Chief Health Educator, Emergency Service at St. John Ambulance, and you can find them on the internet. Just go search for St. John Ambulance Ghana. You get all the contact details, their website, their telephone number, and get in touch. This information can save your life. And still to come, we do have our sports conversation at 7 o'clock, sports news, and then we have headlines. And then the Ghana Card conversation will be happening in the third hour of the show. And the last hour, if you're a musician, you want to watch out because Rex Omar, former chairman of GAMRO, is going to be our guest here on the show. I want to end with a rant against the Ghana Ambulance Service because last week one of our colleagues collapsed. Yes. Well, one of our colleagues collapsed last week. And on our way to take her to the hospital, we stopped an ambulance. I don't know who the ambulance was, but we stopped the person and said, listen, we have a colleague we want to take to the hospital. The person said, no, we can't take you. Why? This is the vice president's ambulance. Wow. For somebody who had collapsed and we didn't know what to do, so this wasn't the St. John business. This was somebody who said that they are driving the vice president's ambulance, and we had to go. Yeah. So please, I know St. John will not do this to us, all right? But whoever did that, you should be ashamed of yourself. If something had happened, would have put the blame squarely on your head. And I'll always continue to rant against the Ghana ambulance service because they're supposed to be saving lives, not taking money from us when we want to send people to the hospital, and not telling us that, this is not an ambulance that can take you. So that's a conversation that, this conversation was inspired by that which happened previously. So that's my rant for the morning. We're going to go for sports. Martiti will make you happier than I have made you so far. 556-1034. Share your experience about St. John Ambulance to our WhatsApp. And if you've had any bad experience with other ambulance people, let us know so that we can put them on their toes and make sure that the right thing is done at the right time. Sports coming up. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. Hashtag GTV Breakfast.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us on Breakfast Sports. I am Martiti Sadiq. Stories will be looking at the aftermath of the Super Clash, of the chaos that ensued, and also how, Andrea, you won the Qatari League for Al-Sadd. Now let's start off with the aftermath of the Super Clash. So it was drama at the media center at the Accra Sports Stadium after the Super Clash on Sunday when the two rival coaches Prosper Nate Ogun and Samuel Boadu decided to complete the day with some verbal jabs. Has drew goalless with their rivals Asante Kotoko in an outstanding Week 7 game and a post-match conference. The former Wafa coach said this was about the best performance he has ever witnessed from Samuel Boadi's side, a shade that obviously didn't go well with the Hearts coach, who replied in same vein, saying if he had chosen to use his junior side Aurora for the Super Clash, Kotoko would still have been beating. They would still have been able to beat them. Now here are snippets of the conference.
Because of the way we are playing better, it gave our opponent that information that they have to step up their game. I'm sure you all attest to the fact that they've never played this way before in the league. I stand for correction, with all due respect to them. I respect House of Folk. But look at if you're a team for House of Folk, Kotoko cannot score. The best game against Legon Cities. This is not the game, right? If I'm using the junior team for House of Folk, Kotoko cannot score. The best game against Legon Cities. This is not the game, right? If I'm using the junior team for House of Folk, Kotoko cannot score. The best game against Legon.
A related development, videos emanating from the Super Clash indicates that some of the military men deployed to restore sanity at the stadium ended up flogging spectators due to the chaos that happened at the gates. Still on the chaos now, the Minister of Youth and Sports, Mustafa Yusuf, at some point had to intervene at the gate before the security personnel allowed some of the fans into the stadium.
So go ahead. You go ahead. You can't even go back. That's
Now, Victor Osimhen's late equalizer saved Luciano Spalletti's side from a close defeat. If Napoli could overcome an improving Cagliari side that had recorded just one Serie A defeat this year, they can leapfrog AC Milan to the top of the league. Let's see the highlights.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the...
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast. Not just any breakfast. Sizzling healthy.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate chicken vegetables. So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars being an African.
Can I show what is written on the back?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure than Votras at that time of the morning? So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Good morning. It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling healthy.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votras at that time of the morning?
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Capital. This is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital. This is the Breakfast Show. Live from GBC Studio 1. This is the Breakfast Show.
And they call me UJ. Run my campaign, so we try was suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what I'm gonna do. We go straight to stardom. I'm gonna take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. But baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't code next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Tabia takum, wedi a mema ye drone no, a me nya hoden, ane ye hoden ye, aye mema dro, anu ti na ban me bia hia bi no, aye mema dro ma ban me bia wedi mfie de wohwe bia, enko chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, ane herbal shops bia, e wo Ghana hanum be bia. Anase fraying, e wo 0243 686861 and 0245 749206.
FDA just actually catch you too.
Kai say tabia takum ye, bembe bia ye takum.
Hey, tell me
Tell me, beer. They ma worry me. Watch me, you come 1 week, Mr. Oh, now, yes, Buga, nothing.
Senior, name me and you ma cut down my business is a collapse. I'm out of bounds.
So, take quick credit, Inga.
Quick credit?
Yes, quick credit. Who Pesica? Eddie Astatia, you may be. Who here be seen Eddie Atru Udim? We are government and a private worker. Who Pesica de Atil Hortus? We are Busumi Juma. Who is Sicadia be been tempered? So, quick credit, Bema room. Now, a major some Cassian said, a collateral free loaner, Susu, savings, account opening, and a deposit as MBN. You hear me say, Wagana card 2022 year, 1 year Juma, now 1 hour young. Who need excuse here? Quick credit to 03022 00390 and 05969 20833. But see, quick credit take us auto.
Shirin Malaria 360 muke ci gaba da kawo muku. Hanyar guda inda za mu kiyaye kanmu da samun malaria shine kwana a cikin insecticide treated nets ko kuwa gidan soro da aka sa mishi magani da ke kashe soraye kowane dare da cikin daren duka. Insecticide treated nets ya kiyaye ka kin samun malaria. Shi yasa ka samu insecticide treated nets sanye cikin inuwa kwana 2 sannan kai kwana cikin. Iya dauda ka wanke da sabulun da bakin shi bai da karfi. Iya yage ana da allura da igiya. Ka bi dokokin da gwamnati ya haje domin kiyayewan COVID-19. COVID-19 ciwo ne da ya zo mana, amma malaria yana cikin kashe mutane. Karewan malaria ya fara da ni da kai. Malaria 360 gidan maganganun malaria.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbors.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling healthy.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate chicken vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Yeah. Can I show what this person is about?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure than Votras here at that time of the morning? So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling healthy.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votrasia at that time of the morning?
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant?
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Hashtag GTV Breakfast for a special day, 2202-2022. If you read it from left to right, it's the same. From right to left, it's the same. Turn it upside down, it's still the same. It's a wonderful day, 22nd of February, 2022. This is GTV Breakfast. Still to come, conversations on the Ghana card. They say they've opened some new centers. There's some premium. You can pay and get the thing done quickly. Big conversation. The head of public affairs, Abdul Ganiu, will be here in the next hour for that conversation on Ghana card. And then in the last hour, if you're a musician and you're thinking, where the money day? Where the money day? Okay, royalties, all that conversation on mechanical royalties, performance royalties. What do you use, split sheets, all that will be decoded by Rex Omar, former chairman of the Ghana Music Rights Organization, GAMRO. Yeah, so big conversation there. And listening to the song by Stonebwoy, give me food, give me clothes, give me love, give me shelter. I mean, those are the things human beings need, really, for a simple life. Beautiful music. And thanks to Motiti for the news. Mpaya is Dagbani for thank you. She's the next Dagbani star on TikTok. All right, TikTok. Follow her. Speak_Dagbanli, Dagbanli. She's not the only one who's having fun on TikTok. All right. My guess, one of them is on TikTok. I won't tell you who he is, but I have Professor John Kokumauto, Dean of School of Credit Studies, UPSA, Dr. Kudru Osai, Governance Expert, Director General, Internal Audit Agency. TikTok, good morning to you guys.
Good morning, Calf.
Yes, listen, follow us. Go to our website, gbcghanaonline.com. gbcghanaonline.com. All the stories from yesterday's conversation that Thelma had with Kennedy Ajapong, the MP for Asin Central, that he touched on a whole range of issues, very topical issues, e-levy, NABCO, presidential ambition. What do you do if you were president? First 100 days, discipline will be the thing. And of course, he took some jabs at his our MP for Dom Kwamenya, and we'll be having more on that. Lots of stories. gbcghanaonline.com. All right. Let's just take one of the videos for you to just get a flavor of what's happening there. We'll have some conversations on that. Okay. All right. Yeah. So here we go.
Get back on the numbers in Parliament, and some have suggested that there's an attempt to eliminate by rough tactics going on both sides of the House. Numbers are kept at best even for whichever agenda either side wants to push. But very few people would think that there would be an internal attempt to cut down on the numbers, and that's why perhaps the absence of the Honourable MP for Dom Kwamenya raises questions, because some have suggested that she may be also playing a card that the rest of the public may not be seeing. Is it something?
What card is she playing?
Well, the suggestion is that her long absence from Parliament could cause the numbers to go down on the NPP side of the House. So perhaps she's asking for something which has not been granted.
Yes, she says she wants to be a deputy majority leader. That woman has failed in life. Please, why are you saying, hey, a whole minister, a cabinet minister, now demanding that she should be made a deputy majority leader before he comes? You should go to hell.
Did she write?
Yes, she has requested that.
And what was the response?
I have 2 kids with her, and therefore I'll never speak the truth. I will speak the truth. Even at gunpoint, I will speak the truth and die. That is exactly what she's doing. Please.
Is this something that could cost her seat? Because some have suggested that.
Of course.
Once
if you don't come to Parliament and you're on TikTok dancing, Excuse me.
What's the exact law surrounding absences?
It's not for...
Two things I can say: smooth dance moves from Ajwa, and our table suffered yesterday. You know, yeah. So we're going to go to the constituency at the heart of this story, Dom Kwabenya in the Greater Accra region, where my man Alan is standing by with the NPP youth organizer in the constituency, David Obri Yeboah, for a conversation on matters arising in that constituency. Hey, Alan, good morning. Welcome to the show. What's up?
Hi, good morning, Kafi. Good morning, Ghana. Welcome to #GTV Breakfast. Pursuant to what you just put out, Kafi, we're on the ground in the constituency this morning to find out what the views are of the members of the constituency, Dom Kwabenya to be precise. Behind us is the constituency office of the Dom Kwabenya wing of the NPP, the New Patriotic Ruling Party currently. Interesting, the grounds or the premise on which Honorable Ejapong based his argument, and for what he wants the honorable member to be either sacked or be staged and then she be recalled. He also based his argument on a certain provision in the 1992 Constitution, and that is Article 97(1)(c), which provides, and I read briefly for viewers. The Constitution states, and I read, quote and unquote, Constitution, members of Parliament who are absent from Parliament sitting 15 times or more without a written permission of the Speaker must be made to vacate their seat, end of quote. And so based on this, there is what seemed to be some machination to get a by-election in the constituency. And yesterday, Honorable Kennedy Ejapong, in no uncertain term, voiced that out clearly. We're here to speak to the constituency youth organizer, Mr. David Obri Yeboah, and then we'll speak to a constituent member who's also expressed very interesting views. We will take it out from there. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Obri Yeboah. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
How are you, sir?
Grace of God has kept us.
It's quite an early morning to bring you out to the office.
Yeah, very morning. I mean, it's a job. So we are like soldiers. Anytime we are called upon, we are in for the task.
Thank you very much. Straight to the point. Do you agree with Honorable Ejapong that a by-election be called and Honorable Ajwa Safo will be made to lose her seat?
Good morning to everyone. Good morning to Dom Kwabenya. Good morning to executives and everybody. We respect his opinion, and I mean, he's entitled to it. We don't support a by-election, and we don't support her being out of Parliament. You see, I have said time and again that Honorable Ajwa Safo is a third-term member of Parliament. It is not her first term, neither is it her second term. It's a third term. Reason Honorable doesn't come to Parliament, one would expect that they get close to her and to get to know what really is the problem. Honorable sought permission from the presidency to attend to a personal issue.
But the presidency represents the executive and not the legislature, and so do we know if she has the same permission from Parliament?
I wouldn't be able to explicitly say that he has permission from Parliament, but there are leadership in Parliament, and so for this one, I don't think that you've heard any leader in Parliament complaining about her absence, because she might have done what she's supposed to do. But what it is that we are expecting Honorable any moment from now to the weekend. We are expecting her to be in the country, so that's a good news. She's coming around to continue what she's supposed to do.
We have a statement before that she's in town or she will be in town, and then it turns out that is not the case. How sure are you that she will be in town, and do you agree or do you not think that Honorable Ejapong is right in saying that her long absence is rather having a negative effect on government?
That is why I said earlier that, you see, Honorable Sarah Adjoa-Safo is a lawyer. Honorable Sarah Adjoa-Safo is a 3-term member of Parliament. I don't think that of all the years in Parliament, you've heard her absent herself like this before. Have you? You haven't. And so if for a reason she hasn't been in Parliament for some time, it might be for a particular reason, for a special reason. That's how come she hasn't been in Parliament. And so, yes, we are concerned. She's our mother, she's our mom, she's everything to us. We campaigned, we made sure she won her election massively. And so, if she has been in Parliament as often as she has to come, it's a worry to us. But, I mean, we know her. Previously, we know what she's done. We know what, and the good news is that even at her absence, a lot of things is going on. I mean, a lot of things are going on in the constituency. So we are concerned that she's not around, yes. But her absence doesn't mean that everything has come to a halt. A lot of things are going on, and we are grateful to her for lobbying for such projects in the constituency. So like we said, she's coming around, and she'll come.
Apart from you knowing she will be around, is there anything you tell the constituents and also the nation about Honorable Sarah Adjoa-Safo that we don't easily or have it at hand, so that at least we can be assured that, as you have said, she will really be in town?
I want to assure the constituents out there that you know your member of Parliament, you know you voted for her for all these years that she's been in Parliament. Adjoa-Safo has been a loyal member of this constituency. She's helped, she's worked for you. I want to assure all of you that Adjoa will come around. The roads in Taifa, whatever that she has to do for you to be happy, she's on call, she's doing, and we will make sure. Adjoa is making sure that whatever there is that she has to do, she will do it. And so be rest assured that she hasn't abandoned you. She hasn't done. I mean, like I said, you voted for her the first time, second time. If she was absent and she wasn't coming as she used to come, you wouldn't have voted for her again.
Well, I understand that point, but let me bring on your constituent, who's also expressed a very interesting view about this discussion, and so I'll welcome him on. Good morning, for joining us.
Good morning. My name is Nana Kwakudia.
Nana Kwakudia, thank you very much for joining us. I interacted with you earlier and I asked what your view is on what Honorable Japan has said yesterday, that Honorable Adjoa-Safo will be made to vacate her seat for a by-election to take place. What do you think about that?
Actually, the Macassan say you by-election because you have to have money panel and I was say a money panel a time on a song. 4 years na demano no eso a na se election bi wona se be ya ne aye so ka se bi a yenyini nsen abra nipa no sabi onfiri mu ana se ono ankasa en resign na ka se yento ne so aba. It's not fair because e bi a ono na e de na enkenye dey enye ne dey.
I think Member David Suarez I reacted to this particular question, but my answer na member ono member means and there was a poll out, say 53% of the constituent members MPC Obekoso now what's in a parliament in if you 47 say there be a man in ho Sadrinchri only 53% only moya adwene
me no moya adwene because the mechanic say yato aba manipa no ntino the yen twen yen bi de na ya adwene say like the years in so a yen vote mani biem nti the mechanic say yen twen na the years na dem ano no enso eso a ya e beto aba na yenim ba bia dey ye beto afa sanity
esanse wa kan say mafa mo ho adwene na mu ne mbenti ma me musa we na afi me nko David ho na me nyina adwene kire finally o hwe ne modembo ni nadwuma ewo constituency no mu a enu enhye mu nkran se mu nkoso anto aba ma no na mo afa mo adwene sa akwan eso
ne modembo de me say 50-50 because unti bia epe so what you say enti no ne modembo de meeting ka say e bia ni nyina anye anase ni nyina aye 50-50 enti no say de me ka fa ho an e wo ne modembo no ho no 50-50
Medasipa Minia Bema. I think Maminko David Hona Minfa and Commander David, you heard your constituent member who is currently in a divided state of mind. he has made a decision not to vote honorable in the next upcoming election. If there should be anyone, if not immediately, then it will be 2024. But he's against any by-elections being called, so she be made to lose her seat. Now, there was a poll out yesterday which suggested that 53% of your constituent members are not in support of Honorable Adwoa Safo at the moment because of a long absence from Parliament. Do you agree with that 53%, and what will you be doing from today to reshape opinion?
You see, what I'll say is that for these few days, Honorable has gotten some bad press. Yes, I mean it's part of politics. She's gotten some bad press, especially coming from Honorable Kanedepon. We understand, but I want to assure the constituents. Yes, like the tree will say, "Achianso muye." I mean, she will come back, and we have to do what we have to do to make sure that the Adwoa you love is in town, and she's going to make sure that she rallies everybody around.
David, being the youth organizer, let me ask you this, and this will be my very last question: is your constituent divided, or is your constituency divided upon itself?
I'm a 2-term youth organizer. I'm in my second term, so more or less like in contaminous with Adwoa. I'm also going for my 3rd term as an organizer. I'm leaving from my youth organizer to an organizer now. The truth of the matter is that yes, our constituencies are divided between Adwoa and, as usual, I mean between Adwoa and Okwe. So depending on who you speak to, but it is this situation is not about Adwoa or Okwe or anybody. This is about a member of Parliament. For me, as an executive of this party, I have a philosophy that says that as a member of this party, I must project the good name of the party at any given time. And so I work with any MP. If it is not Adwoa who is the MP and there's anybody at all who is the MP, I'll be working with the person to make sure that the constituency gets back to its glory. And so it is not about Adwoa, it's about my member of Parliament. I work with Adwoa because she is a member of Parliament. If for any reason Adwoa is voted out and we bring a new person, I am executive. It is incumbent upon me to make sure that I work with the person. And so as I stand here and I speak for Adwoa, it is not because I am more or less like supporting something. No, I'm not supporting something bad. I am supporting my MP because, like I said, it is not her first time in Parliament. She's worked for this party, and we know Adwoa, being the affable MP as she was, meets party people on Mondays, the ordinary members, and she meets party executives on Wednesdays when she was around. Right. And she does that almost every week.
Wow. Thank you very much, David. It's been great. It's been great catching up with you, and I appreciate the views you have expressed. I will also wish to take this opportunity to wish you all the best in your next attempt to jump beyond the youth organizer and go for constituency organizer. And I hope you do a better job than what you have done so far to move the party and the nation forward. Thank you so very much. So this is it. As you have heard, David had expressed and very important views about his member of Parliament, Honorable Sarah Adwoa Safo. He does not agree with the idea of her being recalled from Parliament and a by-election held in her stead. This has been catching up with the constituency and constituency members to find out whether they're in agreement with the idea expressed or the notion expressed yesterday by the Honorable Kennedy Ejapon. My name, as always, is Darrell Alan Tego. Thank you, and keep watching #GTV Breakfast. Take it over, Kafui.
Thank you very much. I wonder whether Darrell is on TikTok. But we'll come into the house right now. Dr. Osai, Professor Mauto, what do you make of what's happening in that particular constituency? I'll start with you, Dr. Osai.
Let me start with what's happening in Parliament.
Yes.
What's happening in Parliament is not the best. I think the Article 97 is clear on what should happen if an MP absents herself or himself from Parliament for a certain number of sittings. You must know that it is number of sittings, not number of days. If it is 15 days, then what it means is in writing from the speaker. And then also, if she is unable to offer reasonable explanation. So there are two conditions there: written permission and then if she is unable to offer reasonable explanation, then the seat can be declared vacant. We are not there yet, and I'm not sure they've met the 15 sittings requirement.
What is a sitting? How many days is a sitting?
We can't calculate sittings by days, but we calculate it on the number of days that Parliament goes to do business.
Okay, it's not every day that Parliament.
It's not every day. It's not every day. You know, Parliament went on recess and they recently came back. You know, so and it should be cumulative 15 sittings.
Oh, it has to be
cumulative 15 sittings. So whichever way you look at it, the MP is to represent a constituency. The MP is expected to be the liaison between the constituency and Parliament.
Okay.
The constituency's views must be heard on the floor of Parliament.
All right.
So her continuous absence means that her views are not being heard on the floor of Parliament, which is a challenge.
All right.
So I'm not surprised about the views I'm hearing. What I'm surprised about is the youth organizers' failure to recognize that the absence of the MP is creating a representation problem as far as democracy is concerned.
Okay, Professor Malto, hold on to your thoughts in a while. We want to get on the line and speak with an executive of the New Patriotic Party in the person of Mr. Yao Boabing Asamoah, who is the communications director. A lot for him to chew on this morning, polling station matters, and as well as parliamentary issues. Yao Boabing, hi, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm very well by the grace of God.
Awesome, awesome. I want to first of all start with a story on the front page of today's Daily Graphic, which has to do with polling station nominations, and the caption is "Anxiety and tension in the MPP as the party extends a deadline." So the problem, I'm sure you very well know, but for other people, a lot of your polling station executives have been unable to obtain nomination forms to begin the party's internal elections ahead of the 2024 elections, and so the national executive has extended closure of nominations, which was scheduled for yesterday, to today. And there's been disturbances in so many areas of this country: Greater Accra region, New Juaben North, Kade in the eastern region, Kwadasu, Misha North, Asante Akim South, Ichuma, Kwawuma, Asante Mampong, Ejisu, Asante Akim North, and Kwabre East in the Ashanti region. Reports of disturbances as a result of the unavailability of the forms. Meanwhile, your party is claiming that forms for all 38,632 polling stations have been made available. What explains what is going on right now?
Kafui, I'm very, very grateful for the opportunity to speak to this matter. At the bottom, issue, but at the top is the anxiety of many, many people to be part of the success story of the MPP. That people want to serve the nation through the MPP, and so they are determined to find a way of getting into the party. But the bottom line is that if we set a date, which we did, from the 19th to the 25th, within which period all the logistics must be completed and an election held, then the difficulty was distribution of the forms in time and appropriately. Because you start distributing forms on the 19th, immediately many are standing by to receive the forms, immediately on the 19th. But logistically, it's impossible to get to everybody on the 19th. And so, before even yesterday, when nominations were supposed to have been closed, people have started agitating in some places. Please, let's be very clear. 75 constituencies. So in some places, I heard you say many places, Kafui, in some places, there was great anxiety about whether or not the forms will reach them in time. So we are grateful that the party leadership has acted timeously to ensure that in those few places where they have those anxieties, they are resolved today.
Okay.
But the idea is that as much as possible, each constituency should be able to set itself up and organize itself. Between the 19th to the 25th, you should have had your election.
Okay.
You should have had your election at the local level.
Yeah. Yes. How many people are we looking at? How many forms have been printed for this exercise?
The ideal figure we had was 3 forms per position. Station, you have 5 positions. You have the chairman, you have the secretary, you have the women organizer, you have the organizer, you have the youth organizer. And for each position, 3 forms have been sent out. And of course, we have some in reserve.
So we're looking at what? 30 number of polling stations times at least 3 forms. At least.
Yes, the entire number of polling, 38,000. You mentioned the exact. I tend to round it off to 40,000.
Okay.
I tend to round it off to 40,000.
Okay.
But you have a minimum of 3 per position, covering the exact number you mentioned, with a reserve at regional and national level.
Okay, so roughly between 120,000 and 200,000 forms should be available for everybody to pick up and go for the nominations.
More or less.
More or less. How much are these forms?
10 cedis per form.
This is a massive fundraising exercise for the party.
No, you see, when you belong to a group, be it a welfare association, a church group, or otherwise, belonging comes at a cost in order to ensure the fidelity of your association. Nothing important of value comes without some sacrifice. And therefore, it's important that if you seek to serve the nation through the party, you give off yourself. The beginning is the idea that you want to come in and serve, because it's not a paid position. It's not a paid position. You're going to sacrifice your time and your own resources to serve the nation. But you still have to put in a token to demonstrate that you are willing to really offer that sacrifice.
Right.
And so it's important that the forms are sold.
Right. Does your party have any rules about who buys the forms for somebody who wants to run for a position?
The party has rules about eligibility. Those who wrote their names in September last year, 2021, when we devoted the entire month to writing of names, are eligible to vote and be voted for. Those who have the old party card are eligible to vote and be voted for. And those activists who can be vouched for by 2 others within their polling station, that they are very strong in the norms and traditions of the party and have been working hard for the party, can also vote or be voted for.
All right.
Now, the mechanics of how you get your 10 CDs to acquire the form, I believe, should be left to the grounds.
Okay, so are you worried about reports that one of the leading members of your party has bought forms for every single person who is vying for these positions?
Let me put it this way. So far, all I've heard is that anybody who has gone for it has had to pay. So my position is that have your 10 CDs at hand. If you are given the form that is being paid for, then you benefit from that largesse. But you must have your 10 CDs at hand.
Okay, final point on this before we jump to another issue for which I want your comment on. In an era of this, that, why couldn't you have put all these forms on the internet so people just go buy the forms there through the payment platform? There's no queuing, nothing. It's just e-forms.
I'm glad you are touting E, because we are going E entirely probably before the next election. But now we are partially E because we are going to develop our registers, our electoral registers concurrently as we have every election. And that is E-based. So on this polling station level, as soon as the voting is done by 26th, we'll key in all the entries, and by the 27th, 28th, latest 30th, we should have everybody who was in the polling station in online and available for anybody to look at or to access. And it is that which we will use for the next level of election, which will be the coordinator. And then thereafter, we'll add the coordinators to the electronic album and then go to the constituency executive. So, yes, unfortunately, we're not able to start immediately this time because, of course, you are aware that we are still pushing E.
Right.
And getting people acclimatized to E.
Okay.
But by the next election, I'm sure that everything will be E.
Okay, hopefully it will be for you. Now let's put this aside and let's talk about Parliament. As a former member of Parliament for the good people of Adenta, what do you make of what is happening with Adwoa Safo, current MP for Dom Kwabenya, as an executive? What is your view on what's going on in Parliament? Because I know you have
I think, unfortunately for Adwoa, the situation has come into prominence because of the bigger primary issue in Parliament, which is the numbers. before, when the numbers have always been to one side or the other, individuals who have had exceptional circumstances have not been noticed. And then I'm putting that exceptional circumstances because she's written for leave to government and all that. So there is something that is holding her back. But before, when the numbers were not even, we never realized and zeroed in on individuals. So the primary situation in Parliament really is about the numbers, that we are equal. 137 plus one on our side from the independent 138, and a speaker who is inclined to the 137 NDC on the other side. So it's a finely balanced Parliament, which means that nuances are coming up. For me, I want to interpret it in the context of the fluidity of a Parliament that we are still learning the rules for. In other words, we haven't had the opportunity of managing a hung Parliament before. In that context, how do we go forward with a hung Parliament?
Is she frustrating your party? Is she frustrating the MPP?
It cannot break our party. It is a challenge to the government, the parliamentary caucus, and to the party to determine the way forward within the rules, of course. And it is a challenge that I believe that the parliamentary caucus is more than capable of meeting. The leadership of the parliamentary caucus working in tandem with the leadership of the party and working in tandem with the executive, the government. Okay. We should be able to resolve whatever outstanding issues there are, because we are in uncharted water. It's basic. We are in uncharted water. This would have happened back in 2008 if the election after Akufo. Because in the first round, the NDC won a majority in Parliament, 133 seats, and the MPP dropped to 99 seats. And then the presidential candidate Kufuor was ahead, but missed the 50 plus 1. So we went for a second round. And the argument the NDC made was that we have won Parliament. If you don't give us the presidency, the president cannot govern. That's how come it swung back to Mills. But assuming on the first one, Nana-Addo had won, he would have had to contend with a majority NDC in Parliament and a minority executive in government.
Okay.
So we were just fortunate we missed it at that time. But now we are confronted by it.
Is the party in communication with Adwoa Safo finally? Are you talking to her?
Of course.
Where is she? When is she coming back?
Carefully. You are a good man, my brother.
When is she coming back?
I'm not in a position to tell you what the party is discussing.
No, I don't really care about what you're discussing. I want to know when she's coming back.
I can't determine, confirm confidentially and confidently on air that these are her movements and otherwise. I am simply telling you that it's a situation we have in hand, and we will take the necessary steps at every point where we have to. The leadership is confident and strong in their positioning, but of course, we are in uncharted water.
Sure. Mr. Kennedy Ajipong on our network yesterday said that she wanted the position of deputy majority leader. What's your thought on that? Legitimate request?
We should be disciplined. My thought is that we should be disciplined.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
What it means is that I don't think that Japan should be in a position to be telling the world what we are discussing indoors.
What, you think he's being indisciplined?
Yes, I think it's not fair to the party at this time that if anything is going on, where the solutions are not found. It only compounds the difficulties, if any. And I don't think at this time anybody within the executive, the party, parliamentary caucus ought to be making individual opinions and telling the world whichever way it should go or whatever the situation is without a clear way forward from within.
Will the party sanction him for his comments?
No, you have asking me. I've said that he should be disciplined. The party, we haven't said that the party is going to say anything. You asking me for a position. I've said that.
But you speak for the party, so when I hear you say that, then I can only assume that.
He should be disciplined. That's what I've said. Everybody should be disciplined.
Okay, finally.
Everybody should toe the line.
All right. Finally, though, is the MPP on TikTok?
Is the MPP what?
Are you on TikTok?
Why do you ask this?
No, I just want to know, one of your members is on TikTok. I don't know where the party, it's a very valid way of communication on TikTok. Presidential candidates are on TikTok.
Exploiting all means at our disposal.
Oh, okay. So we'll look for you. We'll look for you there and follow you.
I told you you're a good man.
We'll leave you there. We'll leave you right here. You are coming as someone. I'm glad I got you to laugh this early morning. Babina Samoa is the communications director for the New Patriotic Party, expressing his views on the polling station nominations anxiety and Dom Kwabenya issues. Professor Mahoto.
Yeah, I think the party communicator has really stated what I wanted to say. Indeed, it is no news for the numbers in Parliament. It's no news that there's some level of absenteeism in Parliament. Take the parliamentary answered, and you realize the number of absentee MPs, especially where we have on record that there was an MP who was even indisposed for a number of weeks, gone past the 15 mandated date of being absent.
That was between 2019 and 2020. The NPP MP for Lower West, Akim, Honorable Che Bafo.
That's one of them.
He was out for like a year.
That's one of them
from Parliament.
I think there are a couple of them. So you see, it's the numbers. For the numbers, this would have been an issue.
When you have a majority, nobody cares. But this one is fine.
For the numbers, E-levy would have been. We would be discussing E-levy for all this while.
Okay.
So I don't think this is too much of a problem for the country to even discuss. It's a party issue, and I agree with some of the issues he mentioned. However, we should also know that, you see, as an MP, you are not just representing yourself. You are representing your constituent as well as the entire Ghanaian populace. Nobody told us whether she has that clear permission from the speaker to have traveled. Nobody was able to tell us, and I thought you would have asked him that. Yes, I mean it was some of the questions I was expecting that you ask him, but indeed, if she did not, then probably should take advantage of the number of days that she'll be absent and then probably return in order to meet that number of days. So probably in the coming days, let's also commend Honorable Ken Japor for yesterday's interview. Indeed, it is good for his party and also good for democracy.
Okay.
This is the beauty of democracy. You have the right to say whatever you want to say. Indeed, they have their own inter-party communication. But as an individual, he also has a right to speak on such issues.
Never mind whether someone thinks that he's being disciplined.
He
spoke his mind, right?
He spoke his mind.
All right.
And that's what we need.
Yes.
Even parties will vote against MPs will vote against decisions of their parties in Parliament. And we need to get to that, and we'll surely get there.
We'll get there. 05555561034. Your comments, let us know. Send them to us. I'm looking at the Twitter trends, and Finance Minister is trending right now, and it's because of E-levy. So Ghanaian Times, E-levy is a better option, says the Finance Minister, and this is what we need to mobilize revenue for economic recovery. That's what he's saying. So the sensitization train has now landed up in, I believe it was in Upper West region. So he says it's a better option to improve the economy, and it's better than going to the International Monetary Fund for assistance. It has the potential of raking in 7 billion cedis for the economy if it had commenced this year, a figure which is higher than what the country received under the last IMF intervention in 2015. And he asked, what did that give you? The last time they did it was $1 billion in a 3-year program. And for him, he thinks E-levy will bring $1 billion in 1 year. So he is trending all over. E-levy is still on top of the agenda. Dr. Sai, your views on this. Why do you think it's so hard to push this thing through, apart from the numbers?
I think it's so hard because of the initial lack of sensitization, adequately explaining like he's doing now. Because seriously, if you compare the amount E-levy will rake in to what we would get from IMF, then we are better off going the E-levy way. Because no country has been successful with the IMF. They will come in and then create problems for our economy. But the challenge we have as a country is how to adequately communicate and explain the impact of taxation. Ghanaians are not people who are not prepared to pay tax. Ghanaians are always prepared to pay the tax if and only if you will be able to connect the taxation to service delivery. And I always say that this is the challenge of taxation. And I'm happy gradually the finance minister is coming to appreciate the fact that you need to convince Ghanaians that I'll mobilize 7 billion. These are the areas where I'll use the 7 billion. These are the accountability mechanisms that are in place. And I tell you, Ghanaians would pay without asking questions.
Ghanaians, will you pay without asking questions? According to Dr. Osai, we'll be hearing from Thelma soon. Let us know whether you will pay if you see the link between paying that tax and service delivery. Yeah. Professor Moto, did the finance minister put the cart before the horse? I mean, you bring the proposal of e-levy to Parliament, there's pushback. Now you have to go to the people and explain. Yeah. Would they have if the sensitization had happened before bringing this bill to Parliament?
To be frank with you, I listened to the minister yesterday, and it tells you that Ghanaians did not understand the whole concept.
When it arrived in November,
there was this gap, communication gap, education gap. People didn't know what we were talking about. People just
politicized the whole thing.
Yes. So it gave, whenever there's a gap in governance and in policy, whenever there's a gap, it gives room for some level of rumors. And this is what happened.
Shouldn't they have learned from VAT?
Yeah, in fact,
because VAT was brought in,
that was a problem.
And then there was agitation, then it was taken away.
That was a problem.
Couldn't we have learned from VAT?
Especially when this particular levy affects virtually everything that we do. Yeah. Today, you can't do anything without doing something on the virtual platform. We virtually do everything on the platform. So this is the avenue to meet people, even though the tax experts will tell you that indeed there's some level of regression. I mean, taxing capital. Okay, but now the education is not just about levying; it's about narrowing that revenue gap. Okay, in fact, I listened to him yesterday. He even touched on a teacher's salary, and I will get to the fact that indeed it is not like the best of salaries. Okay, however, the government is compelled, I mean, to be a little bit economical about increasing, I mean, or meeting the expectation of teachers. Okay, so it tells you that indeed we have that gap. If you have an economy where you have about 40 to 50% of your total revenue being absorbed by salary, it's on the higher side. It's crazy. I mean, in our region, it's quite high. We're on the higher side in our sub-region in Africa. And it tells you that indeed, we have been saying this here. I think myself and my colleague have been saying that, look, it's not just about the levy, it's about whether, as a country, we have the option to continue borrowing, and just not borrowing this time, but borrowing at a very high cost. No, it is not true that Ghana cannot borrow. It's not true. We can borrow, but the levels will be high. You see, the risk associated with the economy now is quite high. So anybody who wants to lend you money will be prepared to pay, I mean, receive more. Once you are prepared to pay more, they will advance the money to you. Okay. But is that what we want? Good question. The answer is no. Is that what we look for? Alternatives. And the alternative is probably getting an homegrown, policy. Okay. And that is the e-levy. All right. E-levy is a very difficult pill to swallow. But as Ghanaians, we are facing some critical financial stress in the history of our economy. Not only Ghana. It's across the world. It's a pandemic. And the pandemic did not only reflect in the health of people across the world, but the economic performance of every country. Today, there are a series of, histories being made that you have economies that have not even experienced inflation for 30 years for COVID. Inflation is now hovering around 6%. Okay, so I think the education is doing, is doing the work, and I also want to believe that when this bill is sent to Parliament, our parliamentarians should find that wisdom, not in just looking at the partisan aspect of it, but also look at it from the practical point of view, as whether we want the economy to crumble down or we should go back to Parliament, what do you call it, the bond market. Yeah. And you see, bilateral, loans again. No, it has been reducing since we attained the middle class
middle income level. Okay. So hard decisions to be taken.
It's a critical one.
Okay, critical.
Yeah.
Okay, it's critical. Critical is that we hear from you as well. We heard from my guests, Dr. Sai, Professor Malto. It's time to hear from you. 055-556-1034 #GTV Breakfast. Lady in red is watching the messages.
And black.
And black. No, I see the red.
Thank you, Cam. Good morning, Doc.
Red is the color.
Red is the color.
Black is just the base. Yes.
Good morning, Prof. Thank you. So, you know, this whole conversation we had with Honorable Kennedy Japong is trending across social media platforms, and everybody wants to have her say, but we urge you to keep your comments temperate, because you know how we do it. At this side, we just like to keep it civil. Okay, so here are your comments. A quick reminder. Comments and suggestions made on the screen represent the opinions and impressions of those persons and not that of GBC. So we are only creating a platform for people to have their say. Here's our first pick. Good morning. I think NPP leadership should blame themselves for adverse reaction, moving her away from parliamentary leadership to the Ministry of Gender, and later on embarrassing her publicly in her bid to bring discipline into the school feeding program. I urge Adjoa to squeeze them more. Enough is enough. That's according to Shirley. More messages. Greetings. I'm Ado from Moshizongo. Please, 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 we don't need the e-levy. You can garnish it with all the spices and whatever. We don't need it. We are tired. Yabremo NPP. Or Sankide says the government should bring back the toll booth charges, and this time it should be e-toll booth, just like the one at the airport, and reduce the e-levy to 1%. There should also be the enforcement on the property rate charges every month. If the government is able to do simple policies, they will generate enough funds internally to develop the country without going to IMF bailout and its harsh conditionalities. Ghana is working again under the able leadership of President Akufo-Addo. That's Yao Osankide's opinion from Taifa. What's Martin saying? He had a question for YB, but we've lost him. Let's go on to others. Good morning, Cafe. Hashtag GTV Breakfast, the hashtag we love to see. In fact, pairing these two gentlemen in your studio always makes my day. They speak explicitly to the issues as it is. Kudos to them. Ruben sent us that from Kasua. What am I saying? Kudos to you, Tag, for building consensus by the members to call off their strike. Amankwa of Ureso is saying, let me see if I can get more. Had it not been because of e-levy, we won't be hearing chorus from the NPP that Adjoa Safo has not been present in Parliament for some time now. NPP is in shambles and lack focus. NPP should give us a break. Hashtag e-return Adjoa Safo cash. Amos Azanu from Central. Tongu Uzoma says, I love this. Maybe this platform will help my music out there. GTV is doing a marvelous work. God will continue to bless you. So there's a conversation that we are going to be having much later on in the show about music royalties and what is due to musicians. You may want to get on that train and find out how you can get royalties if you are a musician and you've registered your music, because there's a trick to this thing. Okay, so watch out for that conversation. CAF will be having a much later on. Good morning. This is Ella Tieku from Kwadaso constituency. We know things are hard now around the globe, and Ghanaians, we are witnessing our portion, but I know our able president Nana Addo Dankwa will surely make this thing become a thing of the past when we accept to pay our tax. Your person is well noted. Let's see if we can get some more in. Joe is saying, please, I think Ghanaians understand the e-levy taxation, but it's a very wrong taxation policy. How can you pay double tax in items in this hardship in the country? A ball of kenke is 3 cedis. Come on, guys, enough is enough. No e-levy. I wonder where you live, because I want to find out where the ball of kenke is. Good morning, I'm Pascal from Dansoman. Sometimes our leaders need to educate us before they take their decisions. Gilbert, nobody likes to pay tax, though we all demand various services from government. It's therefore important that people are well educated on what our taxes are used for. It is good that the finance minister is engaging the populace before introduction of this new tax. Government must also set the pace in prudently managing scarce resources. They can start by reducing the long convoys which accompany presidential convoys. Yao in Accra, Nia Yiridwan is joining with his comments. Greetings from My name is Niayi. Please, I would like to know if the World Bank that has been giving loans to the government of Ghana on a mandate, and if yes, I would like to know if the World Bank can send auditors to audit the core mandate of loans that the government has been taking.
They do.
So that's your answer right there, Niayi. They do take the mandates and they follow up on what those monies have been used for. Trisha says, good morning, family. There has been too much confusing and conflicting propaganda from the minority. I think the e-levy needs to be implemented. If the NPP fails with this, we have no choice but to vote them out. What are your thoughts? Mina Hunter Frankobab joins. Good morning, Honorable Kafri, Dr. Analyst, Dr. Say, and Prof. Expectations of an average Ghanaian citizen, young and old, is getting value for their money through understanding, wisdom, and knowledge. I bet you Ghana will work again. Mina Hunter Frankobab from here. Good morning, Frank. We trust you are well. Christian Boy says, are we still talking about this e-levy? Ghanaians don't want it. But this MPP government is very stubborn. What are your thoughts on any of the matters we've discussed? And we'll be taking a few more if I have time. Good day, Mr. Kafri, your panelists and viewers. This e-levy matter, how can you put your dirty clothes in water where there is no soap? Bring back the toll booth. E-levy will not solve the problem. BFS. Thomas Roxon from Nikuto sent us that message. I'm loving this hashtag, so I'm just going to click hashtag GTV Breakfast. E-levy is a better option for Ghana. IMF is a no. What Batako saying? Good morning, Mr. Kafwe and your panel. The e-levy initiative is a good idea, but how to convince Ghanaians to accept it is the problem now. Please, more education on the e-levy. Ghanaians need to know. Babako Kinsley is sending us this from Navrongo. It gives you an idea how widespread our viewing public is, and I like that you add your names and your locations. Why are your panelists trying to do a PR? You are losing over 7 billion in tax collection, and you want us to accept new taxes. What are your guests talking about? Archipelago Davis is, I presume that's what you're trying to say. Good morning. 2 years after the e-levy, if nothing is seen as its impact, can we abolish it? Justice is asking. So like a trial law or a trial levy. From Ras Akito, Espresso, Adeja, Bosomtre, NDC organizer, hopeful. Every day the purpose of e-levy keeps changing. Some are saying they'll use e-levy to pay contractors. Others are saying to fund free SHS. Others are saying to pay government workers. Some also say e-levy will be used for USTAT policy. Others are saying to pay NAPCO. Now the finance minister says district assembly common fund will be paid through e-levy. Ha ha ha. What a confused government. He's
following the issues because he's
you've highlighted them,
all of the issues,
and you've articulated them very nicely. So it's a sharp difference from when we first started conversations at this table, when we wanted to get people to understand the e-levy more and ask their questions. So at least some hearing and some listening is going on. In fact, the finance minister is funny. Yesterday he could not convince me about the reason why we should pay the e-levy, and of course you are entitled to have your say on any issue. I'm trying to pick perhaps the most more shorter conversations. Good morning, hashtag breakfast. We are capable of managing our affairs. Let's continue to trust President Akufo-Addo's led government and the homegrown policy that is the e-levy, which come with no conditions from any external agency but an internally generated revenue to develop our country. Thank you, Mr.
If we want to do internally generated, let's drive Kantanka cars. Yeah?
No, but says, good morning, Kafri. Please, why is government not looking at raising from housing program? I don't. Okay, completing Saglemi housing and Kufuor housing programs is your concern. Kwashi is sending this from Madina. More Nana Kwame or Pasco Afenyo Markin be in fact, the current deputy majority leader of parliament is really working hard for Mother Ghana and his able government. Say no to Adjoa.
So is it his job that Adjoa wanted?
I have no idea.
That is so. Yes, he's the majority leader. So we should call him and find out what he feels about that.
Here's one on our emergency care this morning, and I think it's a very, very important topic that we discussed about how to help people in emergencies. You can invite specialists to train you or your workers or whatever on these services, and they will come and assist you. So perhaps I'll go back to it. I really enjoyed the discussion on the emergency here this morning. Keep the good work up, GTV. I'm not happy about the statement delivered by the ambulance driver. The question is, do we value VIP president ambulance than the lives of Ghanaians? This childish thing must stop. Good morning. Bright is saying this from Dansoma. And we shared an experience, didn't we?
Yes.
About how we needed an emergency service. And the ambulance driver said it was
the VIP ambulance,
so they couldn't help us.
Couldn't believe it,
and this was a medical emergency. We needed to see a doctor as soon as possible. John is joining. Hi, Kaf. Ajah Safo has not been in Parliament for some time now. So who voted for her? Well, she represents the good people of Dom Kwabenya in Parliament. So this question, I don't know if the panel can answer. In governance, I love Kennedy Japong, how he reacts to the country. Good morning. This is from Libison Gideon from Oti region. Thank you for sending that message. So do I have time to pick a couple more?
Just two more for me. Yes.
We may need a referendum on e-levy, but looking at the figures, e-levy will help Ghana economy. Let's support it and pay. My last one. Good morning, GTV Breakfast, and thanks for your educative programs. Our leaders compare Ghana with developed countries. There are at least 90% people are working. Back home, most of us are not working. Please create jobs for us, and you will get more taxes than the e-levy. Seidu is saying this from Insawam. The more I try to go through, the more people just start sending more.
Take the last one. It says, I'm enjoying the discussion. Mrs. Fashion.
Mrs. Fashion. Yes. I'm enjoying the discussion. Hashtag BFS all the way. Thank you for enjoying. Leviticus Powers will always send us something. It can be true. Ghanaians don't understand e-levy payment, but the propaganda has corroded the minds of our people. Unless some Takashi method is applied, just like the free SHS introduction that Ghanaians are enjoying now. So thank you for sending your messages. And that's all time would allow us to do. I'll hand over back to CAF, Doc, and Prof.
All right. Thank you very much, Thelma. The next time you see her, she'll probably be having a chat with the head of corporate affairs at the National Identification Authority, Abdul Ganiyu. If you have all your Ghana card questions, you need to bring them to the table. Talking of Ghana card, there's a story on it in today's Ghanaian Times. Ghana card registration commences at new points. So there was an announcement that some new points have been created, and middle page of today's Ghanaian Times tells us that the new points are Accra Sports Stadium, Elwak Sports Stadium for premium service, Kumasi Sports Stadium, Ghana National Fire Service Regional Office, Cape Coast, and then Tamale Sports Stadium. So that's where you can go and get your Ghana card issues. I won't talk much about that. Thelma will come and continue that conversation with Abdul Ganiyu, who is with the National Identification Authority. Quick poll for you. You will find it on my Twitter. I want to know how much Kenke costs where you are. Because we had a comment, somebody was saying that Kenke is 3 cedis. So I want to know where we can get the cheapest Kenke in Ghana. Where can we get the cheapest Kenke in Ghana? Just give me the price and location, and I'll come and buy it. All right? Cheapest Kenke in Ghana. All right? Times are tough. We have to cut costs. So Kenke price must come down for us. So we want to know where the cheapest Kenke is. Let us know. If you can give us evidence, we'll be happy. Take a picture of it, show us the Kenke, and where you find it, and how much it goes for. All right? Quick one from Kenke to lectures. UTAG is also trending right now on Twitter. From TikTok to Twitter, all right? And what is the state of play at UPSA, Professor Mauto?
Okay, so Kafi, I'm happy going back to the classroom to do what I love most.
Okay.
In fact, my profession is to train, impact, and we've been saying this. We've never been happy staying back home, but just as strike is also part of negotiation, I think I'm very happy that our executives have been able to appreciate the need, and then the advice from the various stakeholders, and then especially the court ruling that we need to go back to the classroom. I think it's another opportunity to probably now sit and negotiate, because all this while I know there's been nothing like negotiation. It's about go back to the classroom.
Okay.
So at long last, if our executives are going to sit with the employer, that's the government, to enhance our condition of service, and I think that's the best way to go.
Okay.
Which for me should have been earlier than yesterday. So Kafi, I don't want to say much, but I'm happy going back to the classroom to do what I love most. Yeah.
But Professor Jampo is really he's trending also. He says no money, no lectures. And he has sent a long letter starting in King James English. Be ye informed that
yes, let me congratulate my friend Professor Jabuenko for temporarily calling off the strike. Let me also say, and let me put it on record, that UPSA is the first university whose administration announced the strike call-off.
Really?
Yes, the registrar was on air inviting students to come to school because they want to respect the court's order.
Okay.
And that is the way to go. Because the court ordered UTAG to go back to the classroom. Because under the labor law, you cannot be striking when negotiating. You can't do that. It weakens the bargaining power of one of the parties.
Okay.
And I was expecting UTAG should have gone to have gone to the classroom long ago. In fact, if they had refused to go back to the classroom, it would have amounted to and the consequences would have been severe. So I'm happy they're going back to the classroom. I've also seen the letter that they've issued. But what I'm not happy about is they played down on the court ruling.
Okay.
But I was thinking that should be number one. The eminent Ghanaians came in, Parliament came in, but the court ruling overrides all of them. Because in Ghana, once we said we are a country that respects laws, and we are professors and lecturers who teach students in the universities and tertiary institutions, we should be seen to be respecting the laws. At the end of the day, I'm happy they have agreed. I'm happy they are going back to the classroom. I'm happy we are returning back to the negotiation table. And I'm praying that we'll be able to resolve the issue. The issues are two. The base pay issue and the market premium issue. We know that the base pay is negotiated at the Joint Standing Committee. Government cannot negotiate the base pay. When it comes to market premium, you need a market labor survey. The market labor survey report has been conducted. It has been submitted to UTAG. It is up to UTAG to bring its response. Once they bring their response or their feedback on the market labor survey, it then sets the tone for negotiations. Up till now, if they brought it yesterday, I would not know. But as at yesterday, my information is that UTAG is yet to bring its feedback on the labor market survey, which will be the basis for the market premium discussions. And again, people must understand that market premium has its own characteristics. Market premium is not paid on a wholesale basis. No. It is paid for scarce skills. So you cannot push government to pay market premium for everybody. That is why the labor survey report would indicate which of the skills are scarce, for which government should pay market premium. So please, UTAG, bring your feedback on the markets. Go to court and then let us resolve this issue. I know this issue can be resolved. Okay. I know professors love Ghana. I've been out of academia since 2017, but I think that, look, they are not happy being at home. No teacher will be happy being at home. So I'm happy at least we are gradually getting to some point, and I urge government to meet them at their points of need, because there is a time limit. I think that's about the 4th of March, and I'm sure we'll be able to get there.
Government, meet them at their point of need, and that's the point when Dr. Assange sounds like a pastor, blessing them. Meet me at my point of need so that things can be done. And the people said, amen. Dr. Assange, thank you so much.
Thank you.
General, General of the agency. Professor Mauto, happy to go back to school and teach, because that's what you're supposed to do. And we'll end this segment with that letter. Thelma is going to read some segments, some portions. It's quite a long love letter from UTAG, but just give us the key things.
Yeah, so it's quite working. I'm going to just skip to the bottom part where it says, at the end of the meeting, NEC and UTAG resolved as follows. So that's where a lot of interest is. That UTAG should heed to the advice of the eminent leaders, the Select Committee on Education, and the court ruling to suspend our strike action up to 4th March 2022 to engage with government. So the eminent members, some of them have been listed at the top of that letter. And second point, that in line with the bylaws of UTAG, i.e. Article 5, Sections 1 to 4, the general membership must be informed for ratification or otherwise of the decision to suspend our strike action. We wish to inform members that a roadmap for the negotiation between government and UTAG has been agreed. The employer has committed to improving the conditions of service of UTAG members. Negotiations will commence in earnest and completed within the agreed period, and the outcome communicated to members. Following from these, UTAG members are kindly informed of the decision of NEC to temporarily suspend strike action for the stated period and to engage with government. Meanwhile, the legal processes on the legality or otherwise of our action pending before the court will continue to its logical conclusion. The neck of UTAG count on the support of all members as we work to secure improved conditions of service for the university teacher. So that's it, Cap.
Thank you so much, Thelma, bringing us to the end of our segment, the headlines. And I just want to end with a birthday shout out to Philippa Sanzin. And the message is, cheers to the amazing woman you are becoming and to the friend you've been. Make this day a memorable one as you await the next one. All the best and a happy, happy, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Philippa Sanzin. Next conversation that's coming up is on the Ghana card. All right, so the what, the why, the where, the when, the who, and the how of Ghana card is coming up with Thelma and her guest, Mr. Abdul Ganiyu, who is the head of corporate affairs and the National Identification Authority. 556-1034. Keep them coming in, and I still want to know where the cheapest KK in this country is. All right, I want to know. All right, so keep it coming in, and I'll see you. I'm going to go on my TikTok and see who is following me. All right, follow me, Coffee Day 7 on TikTok. See ya.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
They call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pumping, so we try was suicide. Yeah, let bygone be bygone. We go straight to stardom. I go take you to the next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. But baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to the next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't quote next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. An effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables. So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars being an African.
Yeah. Can I show what this written about?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Stand and tell.
So what's your pleasure, Dan Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
The Ghana card, and we know that there has been an active attempt by the NIA to ensure that the registration process is made easier for Ghanaians. However, the queues have not gotten shorter, and people are still struggling to get their hands on a Ghana card because they needed to re-register their SIM cards, because they needed to merge with their snake cards, which will also expire sometime in June, and another deadline in March. So the mad rush is still on. It's February, almost coming to a close, and people still complain they do not have the Ghana card. So we listen to your calls on us to bring people here to respond. Today, the man has taken the seat is the acting head of corporate affairs of the NIA, Mr. Abudu Abdu. He's here to answer all your questions about the Ghana card and how you can get your hands on your card. Gani, good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
Welcome back to the table.
Thank you very much.
There's been an attempt, and I know this because we've been chatting a lot. Anytime we hear someone from our screen tell us, but we need this answer to this Ghana card related question. And so we know that there is an attempt to ensure that the services are brought to a lot more people.
Sure.
Is it working? Because the lines are still there.
Well, I think the lines would always be there to an extent, because the face of this registration, it's for adults who are 15 years and above. So even if somebody was 14 years a year ago, this year the person turns 15 and that person qualifies for the smart identity card. So it was that once mass registration was over, we established permanent regional and district officers for what we call continuous registration. So we have always anticipated that there will always be people applying for the Ghana card on a daily basis, and that is what we are seeing. Obviously, after mass registration, we had done over 80% of the adult population. So you still have more than 15% of that population to do. And since the setting up of the regional and the district officers, perhaps it is this 15% that we continue to see. But even going forward, as people turn 15 on a daily basis, you are going to expect them go and queue for the Ghana card.
You say 80%, but what percentage of the 80 that you registered, according to the use, you just said 80, what percentage got the cards? And how many of those uncollected? Because it's those who have not received the cards who have now joined the population you mentioned of the 14 below 15s who may also be wanting to get their hands on it for a
so I'll just run these figures by you and listeners or viewers. So far we've registered 16,182,664. 16,182,664, and we have printed 15,963,571, and we have issued out of these printed cards 12,693,154. So if you actually look at the gap between the total enrolled and the total cards that are printed, that is just a little over 200,000. Is that right? And those 200,000 cards currently sits, or the printed cards currently sits at the regional and the district offices, and all that has to happen is for people to go for these cards to be issued to them.
So those you who have had their cards printed, or those who missed the opportunity to pick up the printed cards when they registered, 200,000 of these ones that remain.
200,000 of these cards are yet to be printed.
Are yet to be printed.
You get me?
Okay.
But
and how many are yet to be collected?
So the number to be collected, it's about 1.5 million. If you strike the difference between the total issued and the total printed. Is that right? So these 1.5 million cards are currently at the regional and district offices. But the challenge for some of the people has been moving back to where they registered for these cards to be issued to them. So for instance, somebody who registered in Tamale now lives in Accra. So at the time the person registered, the card couldn't be printed and the card couldn't be issued. Now the person lives in Accra. The person has been told, go back to Tamale for your card to be issued to you. And that has become a challenge.
So first of all, the district offices have been set up and they are working.
Exactly.
Every district?
Every district. In fact, we have 276 operational districts of the National Identification Authority. And this is what's done to just bring our services to the doorsteps of each and every Ghanaian. So every constituency in Ghana has an NIA office, in addition to a 276 office in SAL, for instance. So that is what we have achieved over this period, in addition to 16 regional offices. So you're actually talking about 292 across Ghana.
Okay, so we have 276 offices, operational districts of the NIA, where some 1.5 million cards are sitting yet to be collected. So yours could be a part of that number. But I just want to find out, for those who are finding it difficult to go back to these districts to pick up the card, what are the alternatives?
Well, there's no alternative. The fact is that wherever you registered, now that a district office has been open, you just have to go there for those cards to be issued. It's as simple as that. And I've always used a very simple analogy. It's not every part of Ghana that you have passport office. But if your desire is to travel outside Ghana, apply for a passport, you are told, come in a couple of weeks, you go back there to pick the passport. So if you attach that level of importance to a passport, and we've now gotten to a point where everything seems to circle around the Ghana card, you ought to attach the same importance to it. So that's where we are at the moment.
I'm guessing that you're getting more and more people, because if the figure you gave us is 16 plus million registered persons with some 1.5 million cards uncollected, then is it safe for me to assume that the people who show up sometimes at the centers have registered and they just want their cards, but they haven't been able to
exactly.
Go to the district office?
So if you go so in a typical district office, on a day, they do two things. One is they conduct what we call the new registration, and at the same time, they also issue the cards that have been backlogged. So they can decide, for instance, that first thing in the morning up to about 12, they would do new registration. Beyond 12, then they would issue the cards that have been in backlog. So when you go and find the queues, you're actually talking about two sets of people here. People coming to do new registration and also people coming for their cards to be issued to them. So that's how they've been going about it. And indeed, it's not in the interest of NIA to keep these cards, because the longer we keep them, the higher the costs of having to manage that particular inventory. That means that every now and then, bring out the cards in their boxes, and when the day ends, you move the cards back to safety, and that comes at a huge inventory cost to us. So we have continued to urge people, attach utmost importance to the Ghana card. During the mass registration, the cards were in backlog, they have been printed, and we have moved them to the regions and the districts. Simply go there and your card will be issued to you.
So help us locate these centers, because now even new ones have been added on top to ease the numbers at the already existing district offices that you mentioned. Help us to identify those places near us that we can go to.
All right, so 90% of the offices are located at the district assemblies. So if you go to a particular district, just find the assembly where it is located and the business of that district is conducted. For instance, you are going to find an NIA office there. If you do not find an NIA office there, then that assembly has found some other space for the NIA, and they should be able to direct you to that. And then from yesterday, we open additional 5 registration points. We can call that mini mass registration, because at each of those registration points you have about 12 to 15 enrollment centers. So if you have just 2 enrollment centers in a particular district, for instance, about 12 of them at a particular point now, then you are talking basically about 6 district officers that have been put together. So you have that at the Tamale Sports Stadium, you have that at the Esipon Sports Stadium, you have that at the Accra Sports Stadium, then you also have that at the Elwak Sports Stadium, which is a premium registration center. Then at the Catholic Church, Pedu in Cape Coast, you also have one of those registration points there. So yesterday on my rounds going to the Accra Sports Stadium and the Elwak, you find quite a lot of people there. And by close of day, more than 90% of those people had been served, because we have so many enrollment centers that attends to these people.
What went into the decision to site these extra centers at these particular locations?
Yeah, so these are very large spaces, so that if you set up the number of enrollment centers that we are talking about, irrespective of the crowd, when they come, you'll be able to contain that. So it's just typical of what we saw during the mass registration when we're going around the country. So we believe that this is another measure of ensuring that we are able to enroll many more people, issue them with the Ghana cards ahead of the deadline of the SIM card re-registration.
Are these specialist centers going to move? Because I don't see an equal distribution region-wise in these 5 that you've named for me.
Irrespective of their locations, but it doesn't mean that it is purposely for the people who live in that town.
But
or
Gani,
who
you just told me that
region.
If people have to pick their cards up and you ask them to go to, so if I'm doing some work in Tamale and I have not registered, and I take opportunity of this to go and register at Tamale Sports Stadium and return back to Accra, there would not be an opportunity for me in Accra to pick up the card.
The circumstances are different. Mass registration had its own peculiar challenges. I mean, we had to reach the remotest parts of Ghana with various registration centers where internet connectivity, for instance, was that bad. But before setting up these registration points, a technical survey was done, and we are able to tell internet is very strong at this particular location. So for close to 100% of the people in there, cards are going to be printed instantly.
So the centers are instant. So you don't have to go and come back.
That's a system. I mean, cards are supposed to be printed instantly, but then certain conditions have to be met. And some of those conditions are not within the control of NI. For instance, when it comes to internet, you get that. But for these registration points, setting them at the stadia and some other places, we are very sure that most of those cards are going to be printed instantly.
So instant issuing of card at these centers, and they are going to run at the same time as your other established centers are going to.
So in addition to the 276 operational districts and also the 16 regional capitals where we have officers, so we've just added this other 5.
Now, you talked about a premium center, and this is where some people are a bit confused. So what is premium in this case?
Well, premium simply would mean that circumstances over there are quite different. When you turn up, you are expected to see a shorter queue. The turnaround period should be quicker, and perhaps the environment that you find yourself should be a bit more conducive, you know. And typically, because it comes with a charge of 250 Ghana cedis, you will naturally not find a lot of people there. So if that is a charge you are ready to pay for and you come there, then you receive your service much more quicker than probably going to a district or a regional office where registration is for free.
Okay, so 250 for a new person who wants to register for a Ghana card.
That's at the premium center.
At the premium center.
I mean, that must be emphasized, because...
And that's the one at Elwak.
Yes, so that's the one at Elwak.
So basically, don't go to Elwak the premium.
The 250 cedis.
So you can take advantage of the centers at other places, but not the LWAC one if you're not willing to pay the 250.
Sure.
So there's this whole issue about reprinting cards. Explain to us what those means. People have lost cards and they want new ones. Mistakes have been made on their names. I think I had a family member who had a similar issue and it had to be resolved before they had to travel and all that. Explain to us.
Okay, so there are three issues here. So one is when you have lost your card or the card is misplaced. The first thing is to go to the police, report that. The police issues you with an extract. Then you bring it to NIA. NIA will reprint a card for you at a cost of 30 Ghana cedis. So that's the first. Then the second is updating of personal records. So if you were not married a couple of years ago, for instance, and you registered for the Ghana card, now you marry, you want to add a husband's name to it, that you would have to go through the process of getting an affidavit, gazetting that, then you bring both the affidavit and the gazette to NIA. NIA would update that record for you. At that point, your card is not lost. So it's just an update. Once it's updated, because your name would appear on the Ghana card, it means that we have to change your Ghana card by printing a new one for you so that you now have the new name on it. But that also comes at a cost of 30 Ghana cedis. So anytime a new card has to be printed, you have to pay the 30 Ghana cedi charge. Now, then the third, it's a mistake that was made on the Ghana card. Probably that mistake came from our officials. It could also just be that you weren't meticulous enough in going through that sheet of paper that was given to you and you allowed the person to print. So you have detected it. You don't need affidavit, you don't need gazette. You have to just come to NIA. We go into the record and we find that, okay, your birth cert had so and so name or your passport had so and so name, but we made the mistake. So we correct that. Then we print a new card for you also at a cost of 30 Ghana.
So there's no instance where a card will be reprinted for you for free?
No, not at all. I mean, anytime a card has to be reprinted, you pay an amount of 30 Ghana cedis.
Right, and I know that you are also itching to ask your own questions. We'll give you the opportunity. CAF will be taking your messages 0555561034, and we'll take a few of them. We know that the complaint keeps coming that mistakes are being noticed on the cards, and you've just said that they are being corrected. How long does it usually take? Because people usually spend hours at the NIA office waiting for this.
That you have so many people who they've lost their cards, or they probably have to do updates, or there were even some mistakes on the Ghana card. So we have an appointment system. So you go online, book the appointment, we give you a day and time to come over. So when these people have come in the morning, looking at the crowd, if you went there with your cameras, for instance, by 4 p.m., I can assure you that we are always almost done with them, and people are able to go with their new cards.
And is this reprinting, can it be done at any registration center, or is there a particular place?
For now, we are only piloting card replacements at the regional offices.
Okay.
So if you are in Ho, for instance, and your card is lost, you don't have to come to Accra. You just have to report that to the police, get an extract, and go to the head of the regional office in the Volta region, and that replacement will be done. So that is across all the 16 regions. Once we are successful in the pilot thing, we'll go down to the district level, and then gradually we would introduce updates at the regional and the district level as well. Corrections of mistakes are all going to come on stream in the course of time. So for now, it's just being piloted at the regional level.
Okay, we have a lot of complaints about people who have noticed mistakes on their cards, but because of the time and the fear of how long the whole process will take, they are keeping the cards with the mistakes. How dangerous is that, and will it affect them down the line?
Yeah, it does to some extent, especially when it comes to the SIM card registration and re-registration. I know that once you have different names with Ghana card and also with the teleco, normally when you try going through the process, it doesn't. Because it's all about identity, and your name, it's part of that record that establishes your unique identity, even the arrangement of the name. You understand that? So that if I'm called Abudu Abdul Ganiu, I cannot be called Abdul Ganiu Abudu. If I want it that way, I must do an affidavit or a gazette to that effect. So these are matters that people must know. So when you try going through the process and there's that inconsistency in terms of your name, then it creates a problem. You are not able to go through. So my advice is always that once the name is on the Ghana card, make sure that you make the correction with a teleco first, so that you can create that consistency before you try going through the process.
Okay, but if the mistake has been done already and you already have, for example, the mistaken detail in the NIA system, is it possible when the person draws your attention and updates the record for it to reflect in the SIM registration or whatnot? Because they may have a card that has perhaps the wrong date, the wrong spelling of name or detail, but if they've corrected it on your end and the system is updated, does it automatically update with their records and the SIM registration and the measure?
Not. Whatever correction they make with us, to the extent that that may be different from the database of that teleco, they must go through a process of correcting that at their end.
The telcos as well. So they have to finish with NIA and then go to...
Exactly. So they have to be sure about what that record is supposed to be. So everything starts with NIA. So that is why the telecos then have to rely on the Ghana card to go through that process. So you have to be very certain about what name you want to be called and make sure that that is correct with NIA. And then you can now change whatever name that is with the teleco to reflect what is on the Ghana card.
Okay, I'll invite your comments now. Kaf will be reading your message. So I wanted to get into a conversation about customer service at the NIA offices, because there's some fire. I want to serve somebody, but it's okay. Kaf will be reading your message. 055-5561-034. Kaf, you've registered?
Yes.
Have your card, all details correct?
Everything is cool.
Okay, what are people saying?
So, Abudu, I think you should get a pen and or write, because or Thelma will write them for you. Okay. So first one, we have about maybe 2-3 million Ghanaians abroad, and they want to know what are the arrangements for non-resident Ghanaians to also have access to the Ghana card. That's from Yao in Accra. So that's the first one. Second question, good morning to you all. I guaranteed for a brother 2 years ago. Up to now, we've been going up and down. We can't get the card in the Sokwa constituency at Tunsu during the mass registration in 2020. Please, any advice? So 2 years now, they can't get their card. Okay, next message. This will be... The level of stress you go through is corresponding to your area of residence. Getting registered is one, and getting your card is another. I registered in September 2020, got my card January 2022, and the Kai coming to 2025. So the time, okay, it's a big issue. Please, I did my Ghana card at Obuasi, but I couldn't get my card. But now I'm based in Accra. How can I get my card, please? All right, 2 pleases, so he's quite there. Please, can I now get my card at the registration center? Because since I registered, anytime I go to the center, they'll tell me my card isn't available. And finally, they're just telling me to go to the head office. So please, can I now get it at the center? So that's that. Amwafu says, good morning. My daughter will be 16 years come March 17th. Happy birthday to her. Can she register the Ghana card, and how much is the fee? This is Amwafu. And maybe I'll take a couple more. Good morning. Is there any vulnerability test run on this Ghana card? Nee is showing us that he has knowledge that we don't have. So what is a vulnerability test? So we want to know that. Well, you've explained the procedure for obtaining or replacing Ghana card so easily, but you will go to the office and get frustrated in the registration process. I pray the operation reflects the true explanation. Good morning. I registered my Ghana card 6 months ago. Anytime I go to the district office, they keep telling me to go and come. I also West. Those who have a 2-year delay are saying, sit down. We've been doing the thing for 2 years. Thing no come safe. You 6 months. But hey, it's legitimate. We don't want any delays. Who is qualified to be a guarantor? That's one question right there. It's quite a lot. So some of them are just kind of basic same stuff. And what are the consequences for guaranteeing for someone to whom you are not related in any way, shape, or form? More messages. It's just a big conversation, as you can see. Queen T, please ask him if I would instantly get my card if I opt for the premium services at LWAC. So does the premium come with speed? That's what More messages. A cousin of mine went to the Dansuma office yesterday. Dawn. She was only able to get her name written and booked for 3rd March when her features will also be taken. All right, so those are the messages so far. Please, over to you, Abudu.
I have a full list before me just from this round of questions.
Yes.
And I wonder if perhaps we'll take them from the top. Non-resident Ghanaians, how can they register?
Yeah, so very soon those modalities will be announced. We are working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on this. And we're looking at setting up registration centers at our embassies across the world and basically relying on staff of those embassies, having trained them, equipped them. Then Ghanaians abroad will be able to register from there. But that will be put out when all of these measures are put in place.
There are people who even have registered and they have Ghana cards because they may have visited Ghana within the past year. Because of the same card registration, if you haven't come back to Ghana for your details to be recaptured, then the idea is your SIM will be cancelled, and people are very concerned because they are out there, and this is happening when they are not in the country.
I think this has come up at the level of the National Communication Authority, and they are the ones that have the mandate to conduct SIM registration, re-registration. And I know for a fact that some conversation is taking place on how this matter can be dealt with. So they are the appropriate people, really, for this question to be put to them.
And we will try to find answers from them because the Ghanaian community abroad is very interested in, some of them at least, keeping their mobile phone numbers. Sure. Someone said they guaranteed for a person and the card has not arrived in 2 years. Somewhere around Atonso. What could be the problem?
So I don't know the last time they checked. We have taken all of this into consideration. Whatever challenges that we had, I believe we have overcome them. There were cards that were printed but sent to places that they were not supposed to be. And we have done a reclaiming process that ensures that all cards now go to the respective districts. So they should try one more time at the district office, and then we'll see what the outcome would be.
Another concern is about the time difference between registration and collection. And in this new era of the 5 new centers that you've opened up, you're saying that it's likely that you might get your card the same day, but people have experienced different, and so they're asking, how long do I have to wait?
That was only yesterday, so we probably have to look at the total enrollment as of yesterday, and then also how many cards were printed and issued. And the record is telling me that it's way beyond 90%. I mean, yesterday and all those people who were able to walk away with their cards. And if that was only yesterday, then we expect that as the days go by, it would even improve.
The other concern is still, and we've talked about this, but registering at one place, moving to another, and then having to go back to the other registration point to pick up the card. Does it necessarily absolutely have to be so? And what happens to those who will not genuinely find the time?
Yeah, so that was quite an unusual situation, but it was also because we were in mass registration mode. But now that we are in a continuous registration mode, where in every district you have a permanent office of the National Identification Authority, it should be easier. First of all, accessing the office, going through the enrollment process, and even if you are asked to come a day or two after to pick up your card, once the office is right there, you should be able to do that.
The concern is they registered in another region and they've moved to another place. So can they?
Yeah, so once they've moved to another place, then unfortunately they have to go back to where that registration took place.
Is the system remote? Is it linked? Is it networked?
Look, you see, the thing is that even if you tell us that you have moved places, there's absolutely nothing we can do about it, because we'll be talking about tens and hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people who move about on a daily basis.
Even if the person may be willing to pay the 30 cedis reprint, so that they go to one center and then they have an opportunity. You know what? I've moved.
So we haven't
30
considered
cedis is
that
a small
yet.
price to pay for, you know, as against taking a bus to Tamale or flying just to pick a card from Accra. So is that option available? Is it going to be available?
The option is not available now, but that is for management to determine if that is something we have to bring on stream. But from where I sit, if you look at the fact that we are already overwhelmed in terms of new registration, replacements, updates, so on and so forth, perhaps this is something that you will not want to consider for now. So the only appeal that I can make is that people should make the effort of going back to where they registered, and then their cards will be issued to them. I don't want to go back to the analogy of the passport, but the Ghana card is extremely important, and you have to attach the same level of importance to it.
I want to ask a question for new registrants and those who are qualified to now register. Someone asked their daughter turned 16 or turned 16 in a couple of weeks, and they want to know how they can register.
Yes, so the person now qualifies to register for the Smart Identity Card, which is for the, that is supposed to be for persons who are 15 years and above. So for someone who is 16, the person qualifies. The person has to go to any of the district offices or the regional offices or even the 5 registration points that have just been created, and that person can get registered.
So I'm hearing 16. So this is from 15 and above. They can't get the adult population. Do they need a guarantor for being under 18?
Not at all. I mean, once you have your birth certificate or your passport, that suffices. It's when you don't have a birth certificate or a passport that you go with a guarantor or a voucher to vouch for you. Right, and I think one of the questions that was put here was
the
who that guarantor is, and that's extremely
and the
important.
Consequences of guaranteeing for someone you may not necessarily know.
Exactly. So the person must be your relative, and when we talk about relative, it's not somebody that you've lived in the same house with for so many years, and in our Ghanaian parlance, at some point you start calling each other brother, sister, auntie, or whatever.
Or cousins.
Exactly. I mean, so a blood relation is what we are talking about. So as far as relationship is concerned, and also relationship by virtue of marriage. So your husband is your relative, your wife is your relative, the in-laws from both sides of the marriage, you are relatives. So that's what we mean by who a relative is.
So you can't guarantee for boyfriend, girlfriend,
no,
an old schoolmate,
no,
a work colleague.
I mean, so yes, a work colleague can come when you do not have a relative, but even that, those people have to be 2. Is that okay? So they must fall within some categories. So like you mentioned, public servants, those with the security agencies, teachers, assemblymen and women, a registered pastor, a registered imam. So it's quite a long list of people who qualify, but those people must be 2 coming to stand before a commissioner for oath and then going through that lawful process, so that at the end of the day, if you lie under oath, those are consequences for you to bear later on, because our officials will not be able to tell that if you Telma brought somebody, you people are related or not. We really cannot tell.
Yeah.
So we have to spell out the consequences to you. If you still go ahead and get it done, later if a post-registration audit is conducted and we find out that you lied, obviously you are going to face the full rigors of the law.
At this point, I'm wishing my grandma would stay out of trouble, because you remember I guaranteed for you. Okay, so Ghana card registration ongoing here. So many more questions. Vulnerability tests, big English. What does that mean?
Yes, it simply means whether the system can be compromised and whether the data of individuals that we have collected, for instance, is secure, is protected.
Is it?
And yes, and that's assurance I can give you. I mean, we have one of the best systems you can find anywhere in the world. And sometimes when you say this, then people think, oh, but it's Ghana. We even think we are a third world. And why should we be reputing, if you want, our Ghana card to that extent? But that is where we are.
Because we are in the same Ghana that for you may be receiving messages from loan companies left, right, center, and they're asking you to take loans. Sometimes you ask these people, where did you get my information? And they mention state institutions. They mention established offices that we entrust or are mandated by law to keep our data safe.
we are under the data protection law, and we are a data controller. And any issue to do with identity, data protection is at the heart of it. So we have gone through all those processes to attain our current status. And what I can assure Ghanaians is that their data is protected. And if you also look at even the layers of biometrics that are taken, for instance, it's not just your 10 fingerprints, but it's also your iris and also a facial recognition component. And the sub-vendor that takes care of this particular arrangement is Demolog. Anyone can read about them in terms of their reputation in this world when it comes to automatic biometric information system.
Why do people need to even re-register a SIM card when NIA already has all our details? It's a question that many have asked, because you've registered your SIM card at some point, I would think. You've registered for the Ghana card. If the two want to be some kind of simulation, why do people need to now go through another process of re-registration?
Yeah, so
when the NIA already has all the details they need?
What if you give us a number that does not truly belong to you? I mean, the phone number, for instance. So this is about you taking charge of your own record, which is the phone number, which is the data, so that whatever you do with it and whatever consequences that brings, those are consequences that you bear. So we are asking you, go through that linking process and even go to the premises of the teleco for them to validate you. So that's the essence of the SIM card re-registration. It's just to ensure that we have an accurate database of SIM card users in our country. And that is why the National Communication Authority has had to invoke this particular mandate by relying on the Ghana card for people to go through that process.
There will be many more messages. As for the process and the delays and the booking, we'll get to that a bit later. There's more on the screen. Kaf.
Yes.
My pen is ready.
Have your pen ready, Thelma. Please, I want to know why updates on the personal data of Ghana card are only done at headquarters and not at other offices across the country. Ruben from Kaswa. Abubakar from Mamobi. Good morning. Please, how can I correct the wrong spelling of my name and update? Abubakar from Mamobi. There's another question where the person got his card, it takes it to the decals, and they're not able to scan. So an inability to scan the card. That's one there. We're not talking about tow boots. We beg you. We're talking Ghana card. Let's see. So I took part in the first registration of the Ghana card, but as of now, my card is not in. Nobody's able to tell me why my card is not in. Please, I've been to my district so many times. I was told I'll be sent a notification and called to pick up my card when it's ready. The area he's talking about. Moses from DC, when you go to the district offices, they book you for a specific day before you can be registered. I went to Achimota in January. They booked me for May before I can register. However, when you get to other centers and you can pay 200, it will be down for you. Moses from Dalsuman. Enzo says, can I retrieve my Ghana card if my enrollment receipt has faded? Enzo from Tamale. Livisun Gideon says, good morning, some refugees are taking part in this exercise. Why? This is Libido from Oti region. Basa. It says the refugees are Nigerians, Togolese, and Malians. He wants to know why that is happening, whether it's legal, I guess. Please tell Abudu it isn't true the cards are at the districts waiting to be claimed by their owners. Some cards have been printed but are not at the right district. Says Albert Esman from Awoshi. You're really speaking to the issues. Thank you very much. My mother registered since 19th May 2020. Has since not received her cards. Each time she visits the office at Jokuku, they take her details, never get back to her. Good morning, breakfast. With the Ghana card, please, we need more explanations. With 250 Ghana cedis and what others can be added before you get to LWAC? Because some people are saying the 250 Ghana cedis you are talking about, it is more than that. So officially it's 250. Tell us what it is unofficially. We want to know. All right. I've been to my district office many times in Anamule in Ofanko. I did my card registration in Fish Pond. Hopefully not inside the Fish Pond, but in that area. Fish Pond in Achimota, New Boy Town. Please, can the corrections be done at the regional office, says George Boating. Eric Fabiri Mafo says, where do I go for my card? What a question.
Short question. Straight to the point.
My sister was going for her card at Cape Coast. When she got there were a lot of cards in a box, and they told her to look through for her card. Just imagine. Why should we look for our own cards while people have been employed to do so? It's risky if you ask me. Somebody could take your card. My problem is, where is the NIA offices located in my area? Kaswa Big Apple. Is there a database? Can we go on your website and then see where your offices are located? That's what we want to know. Sure. Miss video call. We can't see the video call. Why should I pay for a mistake you made at the registration center? That is what Pascal is asking. Please, after the expiry of the card, what do we do? Can I just go to a premium center, pay, and get my card printed for me? And I think I'll take one more and then distress Thelma. How smooth is the process of going through affidavits and police reporting? Can NIA make it simple to have a dashboard with a unique identity so the correction can be easily done? And also, how does NIA eliminate people that are dead from the register? Mr. Ampoma. It's a very, very interactive session here. And I'm sure you cannot.
I've tried to write down as many of them as I can. So the first concern is whether the updates can only be made at the headquarters.
Yes, for now. Updates
for now, yes. Okay. And how do you go about correcting wrong spellings and dates? That's also only at the, at the headquarters for now. What about the inability to scan certain cards, as has been reported by one of our people who went to re-register and they said they couldn't scan the card?
Yes, so that depends on the system that the telecos have. Because sometimes when they are unable to read it, but when the card holder brings it to NIA, we are able to read it. You know, so there's a system difference here, so that depending on how powerful your phone is, for instance, if you use an iPhone, mostly the reading gets easier. So that's something that the telecos have to address. But where we detect they cannot read at all and there's probably no data on the card, we have had to reprint a new card for the person.
For free?
No. It still comes at the cost of 30 cedis.
But why would that cost have to be borne by the person holding the card when I presume it's not the person's fault that
because you see these are consumables. In a year you have budgeted how much consumables you need to buy. For instance, government approves that budget, you are given the money and all of that. So if you go on printing cards for people for free, that is reprinting, then obviously you are going to consume all these consumables and you have no work to do anymore going forward, even for people that you have to print entirely new cards for who are going through the process for the first time. So it's quite an unfortunate situation, but in this instance, that's probably under 5%, because anytime people like that have come, we have told them to go back to the teleco that there's no problem with the card. And when they go, the telecos are able to address that.
So if it's only 5% and it's not the people's fault, just pay for it.
And who accounts for it? That's the question.
Okay, I'm just asking asking the questions people want answers to. Senabreku has been called out here, and Lejokuku area as well, as some points where people have had difficulties getting their cards retrieved, even at the district offices, and people have been told either there's a whole pile, look for yours in this big box of cards, or we don't know where your card is and we don't know when it will come back. What do such people do?
Right, so if there's that pile, then it also affirms the earlier point I made, that most of these cards are in the regional and the district offices where people must go for the cards to be issued.
People to tell others to go through other people's personal information, because these are NIA cards that have sensitive information about other people,
no, and
they are just letting members of the public walk in and sit behind this pile and look for their own cards themselves.
So that is wrong. Our own officials must be the ones searching through these boxes, finding people's cards and issuing to them. But even that, it's a very seamless technical process. I can go onto the machine and I'll be able to tell that so-and-so card was printed and the center number was this. And that card is supposed to be at so-and-so district. And the card is supposed to be in so-and-so box, for instance. So you don't have to bring all 10 boxes and then be going through each one of them to locate a particular card. You can just trace it down to a particular box, go into it, and you'll be able to find the person's card. So, on all these technical and operational processes. If they do anything else other than that, that obviously is wrong.
One of the other complaints is people are perhaps charging for the services that should be free. Even at the premium center where the charge is supposed to be 250, we are hearing that some of your people are taking more. Have you heard these rumors?
You hear they should be able...
At least one person just told us.
So where is the evidence?
Is it 250 plus more? Or 250
and that's it. I mean, the 250 cedis that you pay, you are given a receipt to that effect. And so that means that that money belongs to the government of Ghana. So any other thing that you pay is unofficial and is unacceptable. So whoever is demanding that money from you, just let us know who the person is.
We have to get out of here very quickly. What's the directive for refugees and foreigners who when it comes to Ghana card? Because especially there's the same card re-registration going on, there's an active attempt by persons who are foreign nationals resident in Ghana to get their hands on a Ghana card. What's the directive for such?
Yes, so for all foreigners in Ghana, they come under a different arrangement known as the Foreigner Identification System. So they are issued with a card that boldly written on it is a non-citizen card.
And is it the same requirement for them to get the card as it is for...
Yeah, once the person has been resident in Ghana beyond 90 days, the person must get the Ghana cards to also go through a same registration process. If the person is less than 90 days in Ghana, I think the person can use the passport to get that done, right? So that comes at a cost of $120. But I know that there are conversations as to how that cost could come down, for instance, in the case of refugees. So that conversation is ongoing, and I believe that in a couple of days it should be dealt with.
So it's not illegal for foreign nationals to try to get a Ghana card, but it's the Ghana card that's specifically reserved for
non-citizens.
Non-citizens,
exactly.
Right, got it. We would have had time to, if we did, to go through how the expired cards can be replaced and whatnot. I wonder what your final comment would be.
So a card expires after 10 years of registration. So if you registered in 2022, 10 years after 2032 is when that card would expire. And once it expires, we already have your record or your data in the system. So it's a question of going to the NIA. I mean, at that time, perhaps there'll be some tweaking here and there with technology. We can't tell in a decade's time. And that's the more reason why that whole period is given as the expiration period. So that whatever changes you have introduced to the system, you are able to do so. But it should be a very simple process of another card being printed for you.
Last. Is the Ghana card an e-passport?
Yes, it is an e-passport.
Where can you travel to with
the
your Ghana
International
card?
Civil Aviation Organization has affirmed that the Ghana card passes all the tests to be accepted as an e-passport.
Where can you travel
but
to
it's
with
one
your
thing
Ghana card?
having a passport. Another thing is the visa to travel. Is that right? So for now, all Ghanaians abroad who are coming to Ghana, they are told that just with a Ghana card, they can board a flight in any part of the world and then come to Ghana. For persons who are leaving Ghana, you should be able to do so if you are traveling to any of the ECOWAS countries, for instance, because that protocol has been reached, where we have a common identity system for people to be able to travel from Ghana to Nigeria and other parts of the ECOWAS sub-region with a Ghana card. But if you were to travel outside the ECOWAS region, for instance, you still need a visa to travel. So that's where the difference really comes. But we would get to a point where, for instance, you go to the embassy to apply for a visa, and they are able to write it onto your Ghana card electronically.
So there's an integration process going on.
Those are conversations that would take place at the level of the International Civil Aviation Organization. So to the extent that countries are now able to issue e-visas, then those e-visas can be written onto an e-passport. So could be a year, could be 2 years, or it could even be a decade's time. But until then, travel into Ghana as a Ghanaian just with only your Ghana card.
Right. Ganiyu, thank you so much. The acting head of corporate affairs of the National Identification Authority, Abdul Ganiyu, has been answering our questions and some of yours. We know that this is an unending conversation, and we'll bring him back perhaps next time to give you even more insights into how to get your Ghana card and what benefits you can enjoy by holding that card. Thank you so much for spending a part of your morning
Thank you very much
with us. So we are going to be speaking to legendary Ghanaian musician Rex Omar. He's representing Everything Music Royalties this morning at the breakfast table, and CAF will be sitting with him on the yellow couch to discuss money for musicians. So where there's money involved, we know that you would want to have some answers. So call your friend who is a friend of a musician who might be into some music creation to watch the next stage of the show. We'll be right back after this break. Here's one from a music legend.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbor. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time.
Okay, let's take a peek.
I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars being an African country.
Can I show what is written on the back?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure, Dan Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure, Dan Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning.
You want it served buffet style? Complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service.
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time.
Okay, let's take a peek.
I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables. So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Ah, can I share this?
Hashtag GTV Breakfast. Great conversation on Ghana Card with Thelma and Abdul Ganiu from the National Identification Authority. But now we're going to have a conversation on music royalties made simple. And this conversation is brought to you by Quick Credit. They say lending made simple. You stay with us.
Bema will worry me. Watch me, you come one with me. Oh, now,
yes. You cut down my business is a collapse. I'm a so take quick credit in car. Quick credit? Yes, quick credit. Who pesika? Eddie has started you maybe. Who here Bissia Eddie are true with you. We are government and a private worker. Who pesika they are till hot so. We are Bosumi Juma. Who here Sikadia Bibin Tempe so. Quick credit, Bema will loan and what you are in Kakra. Now, a little some Cassian say, a collateral free loaner, Susu, savings, account opening, and a deposit as MBL. You hear me say, who Ghana card 2022 year, 1 year Juma, now 1 hour young. Who need excuse here? Quick credit to 03022 00390 and 05969 2083.
Are you a musician? Are you getting paid from your money? Are you asking where the money day? Are you like Shatta who tweeted recently, Charlie, we are hungry. Where the royalties day? Well, the man who can give you the education and show you where your money is and how you can get it is here with me, former chairman of the Ghana Music Rights Organization, popularly known as GAMRO. Mr. Rex Omar, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Good to see you here.
Good to see you, Rascal.
Awesome. Happy New Year to you.
Same to you.
Let's talk about, first of all, those comments from the musicians. And the top one that brought my mind to this conversation was from Shatta Wale on his Twitter. And we're going to put up that tweet there because he's been basically talking about where the money day, you know, and it got me thinking about, okay, let's have a conversation on music, you know. So this is his topic. He says, man, I'm not ashamed so far as I'm not killing, stealing and doing anything that will harm beautiful people of this country. I'll say it as it is. Massa, I'm hungry. And angry. Before a man got YouTube, iTunes, and boom, another way to earn my money I've worked for. I wasn't even playing shows and white man platform, they pay me. What has Ghana music and government done about our royalties till now? Nothing. And I'm ranting, you expect me to stop? And he says, today I have to tell you guys the truth. If it wasn't for my LimeLinks account, like today, man knows C-Top. That money changed my life. It was just me, my laptop, my sound card, and mic. No royalty. So I'm going to just jump on that. What has Ghana music and government done about our royalties till now? Nothing. Let's just jump on that. And because your organization is the Ghana Music Rights Organization.
Yeah.
What do you guys do?
What GAMRO does is basically, GAMRO is the only collective management organization, that's a CMO, that is mandated to collect for music usage and then distribute to its rightful owners. People who have assigned their right to GAMRO.
Okay.
So if I should come back to
Shatta. Does he have a point?
He has a point, but he doesn't have a point. I mean, GAMRO has not been operating as to, let's say, 100% as the way it's supposed to. But GAMRO is a work in progress. December we did a distribution, and then Shatta was the highest earner. We spoke to his management to come and give us his account details or whatever so that we can send the money to him. So Shatta, if you are listening to me, your money is still there, GAMRO. Yesterday I spoke to your manager. Bring your details so we can pay your money to you. And then you start to hype Gamro so that at least Gamro can do more for you.
And he's the highest person who has received the highest amount of royalties in Ghana for last year. Is that correct?
Yes, for the first time in history. You know, collective managements right from Kosga to Gamro, the highest money anybody had ever received was 3,200, and we distribute twice in a year. But because things are working and we are working seriously, last December, the highest person got over 30,000.
Which should be Shatawale.
And that's supposed to be Shatawale. The money is still lying at Gamro.
Why is Shatta's money with you?
Because we don't know how to pay it, because we don't have his details. The checks are signed, prepared. Either his management or he himself comes for the check, or he gives us an account details so that we can transfer the money into his account. And he hasn't done that. I spoke to his manager, or the CEO spoke to his manager. Even yesterday, I spoke to his manager. So Shatta, your money is still there. Come collect your money and hype Gamro so that we can do more. Because
how did his money get? We want to know, because for a young musician or producer, how did Shatta make that money to sit with you? And
okay,
yeah.
So previously the distribution system was not that right, because the structures that were supposed to have put in place for us to be able to do equitable distribution were not there. Because people do not understand that collecting the money is one thing and distributing it equitably is a different thing altogether. A lot of Ghanaian right owners don't know that they have to fill something that we call split sheets.
Split sheets.
So, for example, if royalty is collected and it comes with the name of, say, Shatawale, how do Gamro know that the song that Shatawale has sung, he is the actual composer? We don't have that information.
So what information, and we'll put that split sheet on the screen. Well, what information do you want to put on the split sheet? Say I write a song.
So for example, you go to studio, or you Raskaf, as soon as you start writing a song, when you decide to do the production, the people involved, people have different rights.
Okay.
So the writers, they are called the writers. Okay. And the people who create the melodies and the rhythms or whatever are the composers. Okay. And then someone else does the arrangement. Okay. And someone also does the production. Okay. All these people have points on a particular song. Okay. So when the song is being written and is being produced, this is a split sheet.
This is a split sheet. I want to have a look at this. Yeah. I want one that can actually go and see it.
Yeah. So this is a split sheet.
Okay. So
that tells who owns what.
Okay.
And every song has a code. If you go down, you see ISWC.
Okay. So just tell us exactly what's on the split sheet.
See.
So this is from the Ghana Music Rights Organizations. There's a legal name, a pseudonym or stage name, date of birth, phone number, email address, IPI number, and then the subject work 1, work 2, work 3, up to 5.
So the works are the pieces of music you've composed.
Exactly. So let me explain to you.
So title, duration, genre, year of creation, national work code. So you don't understand, perhaps
I will explain. Okay. So when you go to the pseudonym, legal name, my full name is Rex Osumafu. How many people know that? People who know me as Rex Uma. That's my stage name. That's the pseudonym.
Okay.
Some people even write songs and they don't want to use their name. They use a different name that people wouldn't know that they wrote the song. But we have to know.
Yes.
Then you come to date of birth, phone number, email address, IPI number.
What is that? Interested
party, just your intellectual property identification number.
Okay.
Okay.
Ghana as a country has its own intellectual property IP number. So that is what Gamro uses.
What is our number?
No. It's a number. It's a code.
Okay.
That is assigned to
every individual.
Every individual.
Okay.
Now you come down to the title of the song, duration of the song, the genre of the song, year of creation, and then
national work
code. Gamro will issue a national work code, and then you have ISWC. That is International Standard Work Code.
Okay.
When you write a song, before you record it, it's a copyrighted work. It's a song. So let's say the person who wrote Danasi, when he composed Danasi, when he registers it, he gets International Standard Work Code.
Okay.
That is a unique number for that particular composition. Then you come down,
ISRC.
That is International Standard Recording Code.
Okay.
You know, we have the composition and we have the recorded sound. Before you go to studio to record, a song might have been composed, before you go to record. The people who have interest in the composition may not be the same as the people who have interest in the recorded sound, because somebody might have paid the studio to the production.
So I compose a song and then we record it at Apietus's place.
So the master tape, the rights within the master tape is different from the rights within the composition.
Okay, good.
Wow. Okay, so there's a lyricist name, lyricist 1 name, lyricist 2 name.
Sometimes the lyricist,
different from above.
Sometimes the lyricist can be even 4.
Okay.
Okay.
Have you composed a song where you had 4 people who wrote the song lyrics?
I am a composer. For example, if I have featured people like Ochame Kwame, he came with his own lyrics, he rapped into the song, so I share the lyrics with him. So if I'm supposed to fill a song, this form with a song that I featured Ochame Kwame,
it must be there.
His name must be there as part of the lyrics. Then you go to down. You go to
composer 1 name, composer 2 name.
If there are multiple composers, they must all
multiple composers. Even if there are 10, everybody's name must be listed.
Then there's a publisher, performer 1, performer 2, record label, and then status in asterisks.
Who is the publisher?
A publisher is somebody who exploits the song.
Give us an example in Ghana. Who is a publisher in Ghana?
We actually did not have real publishers in Ghana, but the people who we used to call producers, like the people like Bandex and all these people, they were doing both. They were operating as record labels and at the same time doing publishing work. But actual publishing work is you are exploiting the song. A publisher is somebody who come and say, "Oh, Rex, this particular song of yours, I think I can get it for this artist to sing and it becomes a hit."
Or put it as an advert.
Put it as an advert. So you exploit the song. That is the work of a publisher.
Okay, so then performer 1,
and the
performer 2.
There are people who are just singers, very good singers. They don't necessarily write songs. So they are performers. We're talking about people who go to studio to sing the song and they can perform the song around. And
like Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston didn't write songs, but she performed
the songs.
Always Love You. She was a performer on that one.
She's a performer.
She didn't write. Dolly Parton wrote that one.
Wrote that song, but she was the performer.
Okay, so go ahead.
And then record label, and then the status.
And then record labels have their share within the eyes of music, because most record labels end up being the sponsor of the recording.
So like Lynx Records is the record label.
Exactly.
But if I am an undergrad musician without a record label, what would I feel there?
You put your own record label there.
You
know, because if it is your own, we have a lot of that independent.
So you've explained everything there. Now, what is at the bottom, Thelma?
It's left with the status, but right at the bottom is kindly do indicate the status of the works as to which of them is original, rearranged, cover version, or folklore.
Explain that. Original song.
Original song is a song that is like
Abibae.
Exactly.
Original.
You wrote it from scratch. And it's new. You didn't take anything from anybody's song. It's original song.
Rearranged.
A song that is, for example, Fawakuma Mami. I was not the original composer. I took it, I adopted it, I rearranged it and whatever. And it became my version. That's a cover version, a song that is already in existence.
Redemption song, if I sing it again, that's the cover.
It's a cover version.
Okay, good.
And then folklore is already a song that is already in existence that belongs to the nation.
Yaponsa
is not folklore.
Somebody composed it?
Yes. So,
Showboy.
There are a lot of folklore songs. I mean, which are some of them?
Dana say Dana. No, that was composed by somebody, right?
But we don't know.
We don't know.
It becomes a folklore.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. So this form. So Shatta filled all this before he got his money.
Shatta has not filled all this for Gamro. A lot of the Ghanaian musicians and the right owners who are complaining, they have to also be responsible, because Gamro is there to work for you. If you don't give this information to Gamro, we don't know who actually owns the money. It comes in the name of, let's say, Shatawale. But if we don't know that the song Shatawale is singing, he is the owner, 100% owner.
All the rights.
You end up giving somebody's money to somebody, because Gamro is not there to work for front artists. Gamro is there to work for the owners of the work.
The producers, the composers, the lyricists, everybody, record label.
So everybody can go on gamroonline.org or .com. If you are a studio producer, if you're an artist, as soon as you go to studio to record, go and download this and fill it with your producer, whatever.
Do we pay?
No, it's free. It's online for free.
It's not like party phone.
No. Because each song must be filled because each song has a code. And then the recording has a code.
Okay.
And that is how Gamro is able to distribute
the money to you.
Okay,
in case you just joined us, this is Rex Omar, former chairman of Gamro, giving us education on how you can get your money. If you think you are making music, you're not getting paid, well, you're not doing what you have to do on the music business side of things. Let's go back to the first form. There was some small information I want you to get education on before we come to this form. Okay. So this is the split sheet where you have to put all your information. Thelma, there's some territory in the corner, top right.
So there's territory, there's Ghana and the world. And
so, for example, I belong to 2 CMOs. Collective management organizations. Yes.
Who take your money for you.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I have given my rights in West Africa to Gamro.
Okay.
And I've given my rights globally to in Switzerland.
Okay.
So you have to take.
So you take both? For you take both?
I take
both.
Because it's Gamro, I take Ghana.
It's Ghana. Good.
But it's for Switzerland. So any royalty that's come to me outside West Africa, it doesn't come to Gamro. It goes to Switzer pays me.
Okay, so this is for Ghana.
This is for Ghana. Okay. So if you are signing with Ghana, if you are based in Ghana and you don't belong to any collective management, you better take the world. Because Gamro will sign reciprocal agreements with other societies that will bring your money. For example, this money that we distributed in December, some of the money came from outside.
Okay.
And some of them came to Ghana, it came to Gamro, but some of the members or some of the owners of the money are not members of Gamro. They have been assigned to Gamro. We don't have any information on them, but we are holding their money.
Okay.
So they have to come and regularize and give us the information so that their money can be paid.
Quick information.
There's ID type and number, and the question, are you a member of any affiliate society? If yes, please indicate.
What is an affiliate society?
Affiliate society, just like I'm saying.
Okay.
If you belong to, for example, I have my IPI number with Switzer, so I have to let Gamro know. So there will not be the necessity for Gamro to create another IPI number for me. So all this information helps for a song to be identified globally.
Okay.
And then when the song is played anywhere in the world, because of this information, it will link and signal that this particular song belongs to Ghana, and it will come to Gamro and you get your money.
Awesome. Let's go to the second form quickly, because this is really important. This is where you put your information down before you can actually get your money.
Here's the second page, and it's titled Shares. So the interested parties, lyricist 1, lyricist 2, composer 1, composer 2, publisher, performer 1, performer 2, label share. All these people will state their work 1, which is the share, work 2 share, work 3, and it's all in percentages. Okay. And it's also titled musical works and copyright. So I don't know what's going on here.
I try to explain.
Yes.
Musical work is a recorded sound, and then copyright is the composition.
Okay.
So, for example, before I went to studio to record Abiba, I had written the lyrics. I could play it with my acoustic guitar. That is a musical work.
Okay.
Then when I went to studio, it became a recorded sound.
Good.
You know, so because Gamro collects for everything, you have to give this information. This is what helps Gamro to know that, okay, this particular money belongs to the record label, but this one belongs to the composer, and this one belongs to the arranger, producer and all
lyricist,
that.
Composer.
Exactly.
So all that information is there, and then all the rights, and then finally give us the notes.
It says, for musical works, the lyricist or lyricists and composer or composer's share should not exceed 25% respectively, while that of publisher should not exceed 50%. In the same vein, for sound recording, performer or performer's share should not exceed 50%, whereas record label should not exceed 50%. Please attach any agreement or contract with regards to the shares for our perusal. There's a space to write the date and sign.
Thank you so much, Thelma. It means that you need to provide a lot of information to get your money.
So you see, when people are complaining and Gamro is not paying this and Gamro is not paying that, it is the responsibility is not only on Gamro, it is also on you, the creator, the owner of the work. When I had an issue with, say, Joy Daddy Beaters.
Yes.
If I didn't have this,
they took your music.
They took my
and
music.
Used it for what?
And for advert.
And they didn't give you your money.
They didn't give me my money. They didn't even inform me. They infringed on my rights, so I took them to court and all that. But if I didn't have this information, because the court asked me, prove to us.
It belongs to you.
It belongs to you.
Okay.
See, so these are some of the things. So this should be an education to all up and coming and already established, that as much as you want Gambro to serve you, help Gambro to serve you better.
Okay.
Because the world is growing and Gambro is growing. Okay. And we have to all come together to understand some of these things. All studio producers, go on Gambro online, download some of these forms when the artists come. Because these days, artists will come and they say, oh, give me beat, appear to give me beat, or whatever, give me beat. Yes, you can give the beat.
But you have to write
as
everything
you are
down.
giving the beat, it means you are composing the song.
Yes.
And the guy brings his lyrics. If you put all this information here and you send it to Gambro, it makes it easier. So when the money comes, we know who gets it.
How about you are a young musician in your house? Like my son creates beats now. Everything he does himself. So 100% of everything is his.
Yes,
is that correct?
Like myself,
okay.
A lot of my rights, I own it. Because see, there's nothing also wrong. For example, if I come to you and you are doing the production, I discuss with you, you are charging me, I pay you off. So it's that I've paid you for the services.
Not for the royalty that
Not for the royalty that will come later.
Okay.
But it is up to you for say, okay, I was supposed to charge you 10 cedis or 1,000 cedis, but because I want points on my royalty, I'll take 50 cedis and I want points.
I'll record for free,
and
then put my name down.
Exactly.
Okay, so
it happens all the
like
time.
that.
So this is how things work.
Listen, we're going to take a couple of... so Dana Hamilton has been tweeting about this as well, and Stonebwoy also said something about royalties. I want you to hear what Stonebwoy said. We'll read Dana's comments, and then we'll come back and wrap up this conversation. You're watching GTV Breakfast. We're looking at music business, where the money day. And now, if you're not giving information, you're not going to get your money. It's as simple as that. Okay, so who's coming first, Stonebwoy or Dana?
Stonebwoy, I'm telling you. The amount I've ever gotten from making music as royalties, however, I'm being honest, and I swear on the name.
A lot of other artists are getting.
A lot of other artists.
No, but what about all these songs that your songs that they are being played almost every minute?
I'm being honest. Put me to it and let's have this conversation. It's there. The conversation is big in Ghana anyway. They know, but among some of the people who think it should be done already, they don't put their minds over it. I'm telling you. The check I've ever cut is 2,000 Ghana cedis from Ghana.
Oh, but that's serious.
Making music at home. I'm not supposed to. For instance, it's not by force to go on the road and tour and perform. Those are subsidiary income. But for the creative material that I've done, zero. We go there every time. I went there with my lawyers a few times. We've been doing. We're not fighting.
So we had a chat with Ambassador Papa Owusu Nkrumah, used to be the ambassador, High Commissioner for the Ghana to the UK. Has been speaking about this one. It's a tweet that she has put out there. I was given 1,000 cedis as royalties 5 years ago. I cannot say I've gotten more anymore, but I haven't checked because it's so meager. If it was a huge sum of money, I would have seen it and spoken about it. All I'll say is, guys, let's make the system work. I am sure there are laws and so many things are put in place in our systems. Can we make it work? So hopefully people having seen this education you've given will now know that there's more beyond just expecting money to come. Give me a figure. The monies that were shared out in December, and you share it twice a year, right? Or once a year?
We do twice a year.
Twice a year. Yeah. How much is the total quantum of money earned by musicians?
The total quantum we distributed was around 1.1 million.
1.1 million Ghana cedis, and if you're not putting your information down, you are losing a lot of money.
And you know, all this information, all these interviews, the one that Stonebwoy did, he did it before the December distribution. And he himself also came back later on to say that things are working because for the first time, he's gotten more than 4 times the money he has ever received.
Okay.
So things are changing.
Okay.
That is what I want everybody to understand. Gambro of yesterday is not Gambro of today.
Okay.
Because we have contracted a third-party Irish company that is logging. We are currently logging over 131 TV and radio stations.
When you say logging, what does it mean? We are supposed to...
Monitoring. Under normal circumstances, by law, GBC is supposed to log every music you play,
videos,
the videos and sounds and the duration, the time that you play that music, the name of the artist and everything, and give this information back to Gambro.
When was the last time we paid you any money?
For the past 7 years, GBC has not paid. You see, I came here, you were playing my song.
Yes.
You're supposed to pay me.
We're supposed to pay you. So we owe you.
You owe, for the past 7 years, you owe all Ghanaian musicians and right owners. You don't pay.
Okay.
You see?
Are you winning the case?
We have to win. You have no case. You've used people's song. You have to pay. Don't you pay electricity? Don't you pay staff?
So music is almost like a utility now. We have to pay you.
It must be part of your cost, or your overheads or whatever. It must be projected for.
What are our lawyers saying in our defense?
You don't have any defense. In fact, you are going to lose the case. So
we are going to owe you. How much is the total bill that we're supposed to pay you?
In fact, the total bill is, when we took you to court, it was around, it was up to 2017, and you were supposed to pay us something like 1.7 million, and
Good
you
money.
haven't paid. And honestly speaking, we know that we will end up maybe sell some of your properties to
spare our studio, please.
You know, I mean, you have a lot of properties around the country.
So you have a company that is logging all these stations, 131 so far, radio and TV stations.
Yes, and then we are going to go as far as 300 TV and radio stations.
Okay.
So it's working, and we need all the right owners in Ghana. Yes, I know that Gamro has not been doing what it's supposed to do, but just like any developing country, Ghana is a developing country, and that is the main reason why I went there to offer my services to help to change systems, and then things are changing. And then this current distribution that we did, I was happy that for the first time in the history, we are able to do some kind of logging and do some kind of equitable distribution, and it's going to go on.
Okay.
And the difficulty Gamro is going to encounter is if we don't have your information.
Is that what you call metadata?
Metadata.
All that information that Thelma was showing us on the split sheet is the metadata.
It's the metadata.
We have to have it down.
And then when you fail it, this is what is going to go globally. So anytime your music is used anywhere in the world, that is how the money is going to be distributed.
How about foreign musicians like Davido and all those people whose music is played here? How do they get paid?
We sign reciprocal agreements with whatever societies they belong to.
Okay.
So reciprocals means that we will collect for the foreign musicians, and they will also collect for us in their territories.
Okay.
So we will do exchange.
Okay.
And this reciprocals, you do it based on business sense. So for example, if I know that Nigerian music is played in Ghana more than how much Ghanaian music is played in Nigeria, if you want to go and sign reciprocal with Nigeria, you have to be careful, because at the end of the day, if you're not careful, the little money you collect in Ghana will have to be sent to Nigeria whilst they don't play your music there. So you don't just jump and sign reciprocals.
Okay,
you have to do whatever it takes to protect your artists and your territories.
How much money is sitting in the account and paid so far, total?
I wouldn't know. I'm a chairman. I'm a board chairman. I'm not part of the day-to-day running. But I know for sure that there is a policy. Previously, when Gamro distributes the money and you don't come for it, we just share. But nothing has changed. Your money.
You just share to who? Amongst you guys?
Among the members.
Wow.
Because look, this is legal. I sit here. You are a composer, right? If you haven't given Gamro the
metadata.
No, not the metadata. You have to first and foremost assign your right, give Gamro the authority to administer your rights for you. It's not all the rights Gamro administers. We deal with performing rights, we deal with neighboring rights, we deal with synchronizations and all those things. But sometimes Ghanaians, we use royalties. What do you mean by royalties? When you put your music on YouTube, the money they pay you is royalty, but that money is not paid to Gamro. When you put your money on the iTunes and all the digital platforms, they pay you your royalty.
It doesn't come through you.
That shouldn't come through Gamro.
So, but I know that you have a company called Capasso that you are working. What does Capasso do in terms of online music?
Capasso collects for mechanicals.
What are mechanicals?
So, for example, it's like a reproduction. So, for example, previously, when a company is going to reproduce, let's say, CDs
or cassettes,
mechanicals means that you are using the machines to reproduce copies.
Yeah.
So each copy you give a small percentage.
Okay. But now it's online. So how does that work?
That is how the online.
Okay.
To collect those mechanicals.
And Gamro can help you collect that money too?
So that is why Gamro has signed an agreement with Capasso.
Okay.
Capasso does that and bring the money to Gamro.
Has any money started coming in, or it's just a new agreement?
No. The money has started. That is why we are able to now distribute, and then people's money are going up.
Okay.
You know, so people must understand that a lot of artists think that The fact that he's a musician and he's gone to studio to record, Gamro owes you. It doesn't work that way.
So what is the step? You have to
register. First, you need to go to studio. After you finish your work, the work must be published. It must be used. Because Gamro's money is based on music usage.
Okay.
As your music is being used, the more airplay you have, the more the music becomes a hit. And when the music becomes a hit, the probability that that same music will be played in the clubs, in the parties, in the funerals, that is how it is. So we use the logs to do the distribution based on the usage.
And the information you gave us is what will enable you to get the money that you need.
In fact, today if you write a song and you go to studio to record and you come to Gamro say you want to register, Gamro will not register you. You have to prove that your music has been published. It's out there. It's been used before.
So promotion is important. You have to make sure people are playing your music and using it.
Because why should we go and collect somebody who has spent so much money promoting his music, go and collect the money and come and give it to you who is sitting in the house and you haven't done anything? You just gone to studio to record.
Okay, good question. Are you going to have any again? I know you are now a former chairman. Do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, Gamro has been going through some turbulence because of some legal issues, but now the green light has been given. I just received the text message from the election committee that Gamro's election has been slated on the 15th of March.
Okay.
So we hope that everything goes on well. I'm still offering my services because what I went to Gamro to do, it's not finished. I want to Gamro to get to a certain level where when I'm leaving, I know that it's like a structure. The cars, for example, if you are driving an automatic car, whether it's big, whether it's small, how to drive it is the same. If you are driving a shift, the system, how to drive it is the same. We want to get Gamro to that level so that when we leave, then we know that it is.
On a personal note, which of your songs has done the best for you in terms of royalties and money that has come to you? Which of your songs?
What I would say is Da Da Di Da.
Da Da Di Da.
Yes.
Okay.
You know, I've made a lot of money from that particular song.
You
but
tell us?
No, right.
But you just told us Shatta's 31,000.
No, I wouldn't have. It would have been wrong for me to say. So that's why I used the word the highest earner was Shatta Wale. You know, and if Shatta didn't come and say that, oh, where is my
hungry.
I'm hungry and all that, because when the distribution was ready, I spoke to his manager.
Okay.
And so
Da Da Di Da is your song?
Da Da Di Da is my song.
5 figures, 6 figures?
Oh, I wouldn't mention it. I won't mention it. I mean, so Abiba also did very, very well.
Where, here or abroad?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yes. And Abiba is still doing well. I mean, because a lot of people want to do covers and all those things. So
okay, right. So every 6 months, you know, something is happening from the work you did years ago.
Definitely.
How long ago did you compose Abiba?
Oh, that is 96 thereabout.
And you've been earning money every year on it since?
You have to.
Wow. And Da Da Di Da. How about your Nakorek songs?
You see, Nakorek songs, like our Repadems and all those things, they are still in the system. They are on YouTube. They are so once the music is being used, sometimes even a song that I recorded, my second album, those songs were not even popular in Ghana. But a UK company just called me that they want to use it for compilation and all that. So then, if you see, so compositions are things that I put a lot of value on each composition, especially when it's an original composition.
That's it.
Don't joke with it.
Don't joke with it.
You own your right even 70 years after your death.
Thank you very much.
So you have to protect it in such a way that you may be dead and gone, but your children, your grandchildren will
enjoy it.
Will enjoy it.
Rex, it's always a pleasure. Thank you for the education. GamroOnline.com. If you're a musician, please go and put your information there so that you don't start screaming around that you've not been paid.
In fact, now you can even register online. And then Gamro will contact you with the information you give and whatever, whether you are eligible to register or not, they will let you know.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Rex.
Thank you.
And have a beautiful day.
Same
and that's Mr. Rex Omar, former chairman of Gamro, and he's been giving us some great education about the rights, how to get your money if you really want to be a musician who is not just recording in the studio, but you're actually making some good money from your business. This was brought to you by Quick Credit, lending made simple. This is GTV Breakfast. And just to let you know that we have we've launched the Heritage Week. It's on go to our website, gbcghana online.com. And Heritage Month is being celebrated throughout March. I'm going to read a little bit from the article on the website. So, for the past 7 years, we've devoted the month of March for the celebration of Ghana's heritage. And this time round, you and me of the need to uphold and cherish our rich, diverse cultures. So we are going to be encouraged to dress traditionally, savor our healthy traditional dishes and our delicacies. I'm going to retire my suit and I'll be dressed like Rex every day for for the whole of next month. Our theme is embracing our unique Ghanaian diversity, and it's being launched today, 2202-2022. If you can read that date, back, forth, is still the same. Upside down, forward, is still the same. So 2202-2022. We are launching it right here at GBC. My name is Kafwe. It's happening at the forecourt of the inner reception, and the show is ended. I hope you've been educated on Ghana card issues as well as Ghana music issues with Rex Omar. Have a beautiful day. God bless you. Nyagadogo.